It's time to show them.
Yeah.
You have now mastered the basic skills. It's time for your first challenge.
You back to back with the bangers knife. Let's go. I had to learn to accept her, and I was dealt, just play it right. I ain't the type to fold on the pressure, just pay the price. Hard frostbit, covered in ice, gun in the knife. Raw offense, run for your life. I'm loaded dice, yeah. Necessary riff-rap, legendary split splash. I've been him from the 10 speed to the temp tags. Nothing short of excellence. Even at my worst, I'ma make it look effortless. Hands turning, no exorcist. Daily cinematic motion. Blame my devotion when they handed me the bottom slice. I made a loaf from it. Went from 4 onions to loaves in a row coming. We don't condone breaking codes and flows with no substance. This the sound of standing on all that shit you be talking. This the sound of the heart of a villain hitting my target. This the sound of money, emotion, goonies, and garbage. This the sound of a son and a father keeping their promise. This the sound when you don't care that life ain't fair. This the sound of having no fear, just wearing prepared. This the sound of the round table. The sound of the ones who did it when not able. Not the sound of the fable. Cause all this fictitious shit is at a ridiculous high. I read between the lines of they rhymes, it ain't nothing but lies. Recognize what's going better us, recognize what divides. Recognize the chooses eyes and who gon' ride. Motherfucker, I live across the street from the struggle, down the block where the pain at. With hustle or religion, I pray this pistol would change that. You violate, I'ma annihilate and make the name crack. And step before dishonor, it's deeper than any gang tag can ever get. Was a felon before the predicate. The head of your clique could get clipped if I ever get out my element. Shit, I do this shit so effortless. Decorate veteran who gon' represent for the rest of us.
Consequence if you hesitate, squeeze and never hesitate. Really, when you warring with G's, you gotta regulate. My man push the annual wheeze, we call it heavyweight. Smoking David Blaine in the game, shit make you levitate. 32 shots in the Glock, shit hit different, boys. Switches on them things, we bang like we from Illinois. I feel annoyed, these niggas is garbage. Ain't spitting no hard shit in the booth, so I'ma fill a void.
This the sound of the streets talking, the block listen. This the sound of the heat sparking, you found missing. This the competition, I'm different.
You are a part of me.
Yeah, this is the motherfucking spotlight, you heard?
Oh,
Shout out to the chat. Shout out to the chat. All right, checking the sound, making sure y'all can hear me. What's up, everybody? Good morning. Good morning. Happy Sunday to everybody out there. Happy Sunday to everybody. Steady grinding. I see you first in the building. Good morning to you, brother. Just Jay. What's going on, Just Jay?
Just Jay. Shout out to Just Jay. Just Jay. Shout out to Just Jay.
Oh, hold up. No loop. Shout out to Just Jay. Good morning to you. Uncle L. What's going on, Uncle L? Salute to you, brother. Highly favored. Good morning to you, driving and listening. Hopefully you are safe out there on those roads and you make it to your destination safely. Hopefully everybody had the opportunity to hit that like button on the way in. Good morning to you. Good morning to you. Fat T. Good morning, Fat T. Make sure I'm not missing anybody. You said, Just Jay, you said let you borrow the soundboard so you can press the like button. Let you borrow the soundboard. Soundboard was acting up this morning. Hopefully it doesn't act up throughout the stream. Solstice, good morning. Grand rising to you. Demetric Jones, what's going on, fam? Good grand rising. Good morning. Good morning. Hopefully everybody is off to a wonderful start. Mrs. Baker, good morning to you. Think I caught up with her already. Fats TV, salute. What's going on, brother? Hopefully I caught up with everybody. Yeah.
You know what you are?
What am I?
Skinny fat.
Yeah, that's fats out here. Skinny fats. Shout out to fats. Fats be wildin'. Fats be wildin', boy. Hold up. Keeping up with something, so I'm gonna look away every once in a while, but it'll only be for brief moments at any given time. But grand rising, good morning to you all. Hopefully everybody is great getting their day all started off with whatever it is that you need to get your day started, because I mean it is 8 o'clock. My day starts a lot earlier than this. I was actually up way earlier than this today, but that's a whole other thing. But hopefully everybody is getting their morning started off, the way that they need to, whether it's, with a beverage of tea or something like that, with a great breakfast, whatever it is that you need. Jimmy McFly, a.k.a. Himmy McFly Media, yo. Jose Luis gotcha. I see you. He said, regardless of what I think of you, you listen and appreciate the content. Salute. Hey, I can appreciate that. I can appreciate that. We definitely did not have a great encounter, however many weeks back that was, but it is what it is. If you're past it, I'm past it as well. Let me see what Fat said that Just Jay is talking about. What did Fat say? I didn't see it, Just Jay. I'm trying to go back and find it specifically. Shout out to Fats for being a member for 3 months. Appreciate you, brother. Let me get to it over here, actually, so I can actually post these comments if I want to. There we go. Shout out to Fats for being a member for 3 months. All right, so what is Just Jay talking about that Fats said? And yeah, y'all can say whatever you want. We just here for conversation right now. We're definitely going to get into the topic. Solstice, you said great topic. This is what frustrates me the most. Not knowing meaning of words or phrases and then get offended. Absolutely, Solstice. I agree with that. So we're going to make sure that we define some words today. And if there's any out there that y'all need the definition of at any given time or anything like that, just holler at your boy. Oh, let me go ahead and post a link too, just in case anybody wants to join and add, excuse me, add to the discussion. That's allowed. All right, so let's see here if I can find out what Fat said. I don't know what Fat said. You're saying that you're skinny fat, Just Jay? Is that what it is? Do I need to combine them? Can you put a link in the chat? Yes, you can put a link in the chat. You're a mod. You can put a link in the chat if you want to. Just Jay asked Ice, can you drop the link? Just Jay can absolutely drop her link. Say Les, good morning to you. Yeah, Just Jay can absolutely drop her link. Y'all make sure y'all subscribe to Just Jay. She gonna start dropping some content out here. Shout out to Just Jay. All right. So, like I said, we're just gonna kind of chill a little bit for a moment. And we're not gonna get straight into the topic, because I don't want to start anybody's morning off straight with that. Oh, she wants me to see her drop, a drop that she made. So you want me to go to that link, Just Jay? Is that what you want me to do? Gotcha. Okay. Now I'm understanding. I'm not paying attention to what y'all was saying. All right, hold on. Let me reveal real quick. All right, hold on. We're gonna watch Just Jay's drop, y'all. Hold on. Let me pull it up. I haven't seen this, so we're gonna watch this together. I have not seen this, so we're gonna watch this together.
Give me that song.
Hold up. I forgot you can't scroll on these joints. I was trying to make it full screen, but I forgot on them shorts you can't scroll. All right, so this is Just Jay's drop, y'all. We watching it and listening to it together for the first time. Let's see what Just Jay's talking about.
Yo, he said after he get on the down, he'll come back and holler at him. Will T, I'm about to text Will T. I'm about to text Will T and ask him, when is he getting the bottle of Don Julio? I'm about to text him right now, real time, y'all. Hold up. Start chat, contacts, scroll down, because it's a W. Will T, boom, right here. Bang. Will T. Okay. Bro, Rich, I hope you got free time, nigga. Hey, hope you got free time.
Yeah, bro, I got free time. Fuck these niggas, you heard?
Got time?
Nigga, I'm telling you what I'm on.
So talk to me right there, nigga.
Fuck you right. I don't like when you do that, bro.
Oh!
That shit got me mad right there, bro. That shit
hold up.
Made me mad a little bit, bro.
Hold the fuck up. My phone is on. Hey, Rick. Oh, I don't even got your number out there. I'm about to hit your phone right now to make sure that my text message work. Yo, what do this mean, y'all? It's a free message receiver, blah, 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 unable to receive message. Message blocking is active.
Will T blocked you? You got blocked, or that nigga, or his phone is on, or he ain't paying his phone bill, or he changed his number or something. Text somebody else and see if you get that message. You just text Will T?
Nigga, my phone is on. I got unlimited everything.
Well, then that nigga phone is not allowing you to reach him, nigga.
Y'all said call his phone? I'm gonna put it on mute. Don't call. Shit. Let me see. Let's see something. Speaker from.
Call at this time. We're sorry for any inconvenience this may cause.
Oh, see.
You've been blocked.
Yo, he said.
Shout out to Just Jay. Shout out to Just Jay. Dang, Fats. Dang, Fats, you got blocked like that. You got blocked publicly on YouTube by your boy Will T. And Just Jay immortalized it. That's messed up. But great job, Just Jay. Great editing. Great short, all the extra stuff you added on there to, give it some life and, pop rather than it just being the straight audio. Nice job. He switched phones. Oh, okay. That's the story now. Fat's talking about something for the record. He switched phones. That's the story now. Fat's got the wrong number. Fat's got the wrong number. She switched. I'm my bad. He switched phones on you. Yeah. That's what we going with, Fats. Shout out to Just J. Y'all make sure y'all subscribe to Just J. That link that was dropped in the chat by her is the link to that video, directly to that video. And while you're there, make sure that you subscribe to her channel. And Just J, if you want to drop the link to your channel, you can drop that as well in the chat. So, what are we going to talk about? Well, I know the people that are here right now are the early risers, so y'all are going to understand some of these things that I'm about to share. Because y'all know I be seeing the memes and the videos and stuff like that. And the ones that I feel like maybe apply to some of us here, I like to just grab and see what y'all think about them. Right. So, for example, this right here, this glass right here, Tesha Z's, blessings to you. Good morning. Damn, Jimmy McFly. Hey, y'all. If anybody out here rocks with Jimmy McFly, y'all get beats from Jimmy McFly, anything like that, the brother is trying to upgrade his equipment. And I think it was a community wall post that he made. And, you know, he posted a couple of us that he knows that he sends beats to. Or he tagged a couple of us, that he knows he sends beats to. But if there's anybody else out there that wants to help the brother, because he makes some dope beats. Some of the beats that you've heard on my intros and different things like that have come from the brother. He's trying to upgrade his equipment, and he's just asking for any blessings that people can bestow upon him. So if you got it in your heart to, you know, bless the brother, he's, like I said, working on upgrading his equipment, and hey, that shit costs money. I'm working on upgrading equipment as well, but I also understand the other brothers out here who are upgrading equipments in their crafts. And if I've used their material, I, you know, kind of feel like I want to invest in what they're doing. So if you got it in you, holla at the brother. He has a page. You can drop your link in the chat so people can go over there and see what you doing, what you putting out over there. Shout out to Thick Cut in the building. Appreciate you, brother. You had these as a kid, Thick Cut. Yeah. And see what I'm saying is, these were in, like, we didn't have these specifically in my house, but I saw them in the house of pretty much everybody that I grew up around. Triple S, Scammer, Scoundrels, and Scallywags. Thank you for that super chat. She said for the Grand Rise and Early Risers. Shout out to Triple S. Y'all know that's my favorite editor, y'all. No disrespect to any of the other editors out there, but Triple S is just my personal favorite editor. Respect to everybody out there who has the skills to edit, because y'all know I make little, you know, cheesy edits, but these people really are perfecting the craft. I'm just in there messing around, and I know it, and I know I salute them for the stuff they do. So, shout out to the Thick Cuts, the Roll Rich, Big Hen, Letitia, you know, all the drop makers out there, all the ones who are really the skilled drop makers. Shout out to all of y'all. Salute to y'all. Real talk. Because I know what it takes to do. Well, I don't know what it takes specifically to do what y'all do, but I know the effort that it takes just to make a drop, period. And then to take it up to the level that y'all be taking it with, you know, the different types of material, equipment and software and stuff like that y'all use. That's, you know, next level. So shout out to y'all, because it's a learning experience and all of that to make any of the stuff that we're doing. I mean, even us going live, you know, it's a learning curve. You learn it over time, how to do things. You learn stuff from different people. Shout out to all the people that I've learned something from, whether I learned just by watching them or I learned by actually reaching out to them and asking them specifically. Shout out to Sis. I've reached out and asked him specific stuff. Shout out to hey, one of y'all please post Jimmy McFly's link in the chat if you haven't done so already. You said those glasses come in a box of 24. Hey, Jimmy McFly, get your link and post it to the chat. People want to know what your link is. Let's see here. I can probably do it. Give me a second. So, yeah, shout out to Sis. I've reached out to him and learned some stuff from him. Shout out to Ears. Shout out to Suge. Shit, I shouldn't have started naming people because now I'm going to forget somebody. Who else? Shout out to Roll Rich. He's taught me shit. Shout out to all the people who I've reached out to and actually either had a conversation with or, you know, email or whatever, you know, because sharing this information with people is, you know, what a lot of people are about. So, all right, a few of us have posted Jimmy McFly's link now. So y'all make sure y'all go over there, support the brother. If you, like I said, if you have it to give, I understand everybody's in a different situation. If you have it to give, bless the brother. He's using it to work on stuff that is going to bless all of our ears along the way. But yeah, I never saw these glasses in a store really like that. Some of y'all have apparently saying that they come in a box of 24. I never really saw them in the store, but it was in like just about everybody's house, real talk. Like where it's just certain things like that growing up. You saw them everywhere as far as in people's homes, but you never saw them ever once in a store if your parents never took you to, I guess, the stores that sell them. Just weird stuff. So one topic that we are going to talk about, because it's just been kind of the hot topic right now. You said you still got some of them glasses, Jimmy McFly? Hey, they stand up to anything, I believe, because you'll see these glasses outside at someone's house, but it hasn't deteriorated in any way. It's just chilling. It's like mason jar glass, you know? It's like the same type of glass that they used to make mason jars. You stop telling your business, Just Jay. Shout out to the chat. Shout out to everybody who had the opportunity to hit that like button. You had the short stack version of those for whiskey glass. Hey, that would make a really nice whiskey glass. Especially you could take it with you. Because again, it's that thick glass. It's almost like a mason jar glass. So, yeah. One topic that we are going to talk about a little bit, well, I don't know how long it'll go because, again, the link is pinned. So if people want to have more conversation about it, then they can. But the stuff going on with the Outlaws, because I rock with Kev Lowe, I rock with Anthony. Up to this point, I've been a moderator in both their chats. I don't have any kind of issue with either one of them. What they got going on is their thing. They're young boys. They do things a little bit differently. I have seen. I've observed over these last couple of days. Y'all know I like to sit back and kind of observe things before I give my take or opinion or whatever on it, right? So, seems that the Outlaw, and we'll review a little bit of video discussing it. Well, it seems like the Outlaw, when I say the Outlaw, I'm talking about Anthony, is, just being very young. Okay, thick cut. Oh, that'll be, if you send it, I'll put it up for sure. Seems that he's being a young boy and making young boy decisions. That's my overall take on it, and I'll support that with some of the video and stuff like that, right? When I'm making my commentary along the way. But sounds like he might have found himself in a situation with someone defending him like this at one point. Because he making, you know, some young boy decisions. I don't know what the funds were like because that's been an evolving story. But if his public defender showed up in a suit looking like this, I think the caption that went with this was like, just go ahead and take the plea, bruh. Uncle L, you said he got to go through growing pains. That's a fact. That's a fact, Uncle L. He does have to go through growing pains. However, going through growing pains does not mean you have to go through certain experiences yourself and understand in order to understand the magnitude or the impact of them, let's say, right? So Ronald Jones in the building. And since Ronald Jones is here, I'll go ahead and make this point right now. I was going to make it while I was reviewing the video. One issue that I have with the way that Anthony has been handling this situation. Yeah, I'm saying, man, what's the word? No, I'm not talking about you, Ronald Jones. One issue that I have with the way that Anthony's been handling this situation thus far is that he's been doing it with Ronald Jones' avatar. So as this goes down in our YouTube history, we have all of the words spoken of Anthony behind Ronald Jones' face and a big ass close up too. So we know exactly who it is. It's not like the avatar Ronald Jones uses on his picture that we see and it's kind of, you know, far away. It's a big ass close up of his face. So all of these words during all of this that's going on are being spoken from the face of Ronald Jones. You know what I'm saying? So it can be confusing to people. As we saw Skinny's thumbnail. He's changed it now, but as we saw Skinny's thumbnail earlier, had the Ronald Jones face on it because he kind of probably thought that was Outlaw Anthony because obviously he's the one doing all of the speaking from that face. So yeah, I do have a problem with that. And I heard Ronald bring it up on Sid's panel, I believe it was yesterday, you know, with good reason. And I heard Anthony, you know, pretty much refusing to change it. It is what it is. But I understand why Ronald had issue with that. I actually was thinking it myself before Ronald hit the link and said it. You know, these last couple of days while he's been going around and the story's been evolving, it's all been from the face of Ronald Jones. You know, you said it's good trolling. Okay. I mean, if people are entitled to see that as good trolling. I'm not going to dispute that. I saw it as kind of weird. I saw it as almost trying to hide because as we see, the story kept evolving. So he's obviously trying to hide the truth of the story. It was almost like he was also trying to hide his identity because all of this time that we've seen Anthony, he's really had no issue with his identity. I mean, hell, when he started, his name on YouTube was his full name. First and last name. That was his YouTube name. Behind just the A. I think it might have been orange or something like that. But, you know, then he went to showing his face, and it was him. His face close up. We know exactly what Anthony looks like because he goes live, he cams up. His avatar is his face close up. So how come when he comes back from this whole going to jail debacle, he's now Ronald Jones? As far as his face, his avatar. That is just, you know, it just made me think like, you know, why is he doing this? I'll put it in the, actually it should be in the description, Thick Cut. It's thoughtsoficeberg@gmail.com. But yeah, it was just kind of weird to me that he did that and he continued to do it. And then once he was called out on it, he basically just tried to double down on, because it was Ronald Jones calling him out. I think if anybody else other than Ronald had brought it to his attention and called him out on the panel about it, it might have gotten a different response. But because it was actually Ronald calling him out about it, it got the response that it got. So, like I said, this was a little weird looking to me. But that's just my observation. Again, just my observation. Doesn't mean anything. Just I understood why Ronald took issue with it, and I was kind of thinking that along the way. So, again, just my observations. Not trying to start anything, but again, it was brought up at this point. I was thinking whenever I was, because I was planning on saying that, and I was thinking that at that point that it wasn't going to be a subject necessarily, but Ronald brought it up, so it actually became a subject before I could even bring it up. Like I said, just observations, just different ways of seeing things, different ways of looking at things. Y'all know, every once in a while you see a video and it just reminds you of some of these people that we deal with in this sector. They get so caught up in YouTube and they supposed to be out, living their lives, doing whatever it is they get paid to do, whether that be driving trucks or whatever. But a lot of them are truck drivers. No problem to the truck drivers. Shout out, salute to all the truck drivers in the sector. Hopefully all of you are being safe out there, especially when you're on these links, talking shit, yelling at the phone and stuff like that. Hopefully you are paying more attention to the road than you are to whoever it is you're yelling at. Hopefully you're a heads up truck driver like this. Yeah, so maybe hopefully you're one that's heads up paying attention to what's going on. So if some jackass decides to cut you off, you're in the position of power as opposed, so when the highway patrol person sees that jackass cut you off, they go and grab that idiot as opposed to it being some kind of thing that you've caused. But we know some of these people out here, not that smart. Some of these truck drivers we have in this sector, they got their heads up their asses and they do shit like this.
Mr. Johnson, Felipe drinking beer in the work. Motherfucker, Felipe, drinking beer. Yeah, in the work, drinking beer. Hey, Felipe, no drinking beer. Motherfucker. Felipe, no drinking, man.
Yeah, so, hopefully you're not that guy, Felipe, who's been drinking beer, motherfucker. No drinking beer, Felipe, motherfucker. Hopefully you're not that guy. Shout out to Thick Cut. He got the short versions of the glasses we were just talking about, the kind of whiskey version, the whiskey glass version. Shout out to Thick Cut. We got a second view. You got the whiskey glass version of them old jamps. Hey, but like I said, they're thick, almost like mason jars, so they hold up. Good morning to M Soul in the building. Shout out to my day one rider. Grand rising to you. Yeah, see, Thick Cut said that glass is 50 plus years old right there. Yeah, so you look at them old school glasses, they hold up. Hey, they keep your drink cold too. You put some ice in that jam. Yeah, you can't break it. Look, you could throw that joker up against a wall and it'll probably crack the brick and it might put a little chip in the bottom of the glass, but that joker might still hold up. Don't throw it at a person. That's a deadly weapon. All them ridges on it and stuff, that's a deadly weapon right there. You throw that at a person. Yeah, man, them old school glasses. You can't beat that old school stuff, man. You cannot beat that old school stuff. Heck, that's why a lot of stuff that my wife and I have been getting have been, like antique things as far as dishes and things like that. Like a lot of the stuff we have is hand-me-downs through family, dishes and things like that. And it's some of that old, like antique stuff with the patterns and stuff on it. That's basically what we have in the house now. As far as our dishes, we have one set of like newer dishes, they're all white, more modern or whatever, but all of the rest of them are that decorative stuff. Just Jay, you said, why do you still have the small glasses though? Hey, if they work, they work. Keep what works. You got to keep what works for real. You could be like this, not everybody growing up had access to Nikes. Some people was getting their sneakers from Kmart, places like that. Builds character, they say. Thankfully, my dad didn't play that shit. Taking care of our feet, because my dad was in the Army. Before I was even born, he was in the Army. So taking care of our feet was important. So we never were the cheap shoes kids. Yeah, we was never the cheap shoes kids. He said, tell my soundboard to hit the like button. Hey, Just Jay, you need to send me a sound clip of you saying hit the like button. I don't have anybody saying hit the like button. I got, all types of stuff, and we got plenty of room on the soundboard because we got stuff on here we don't even use. So we can definitely get rid of some stuff, but we need to get a sound clip of you saying hit the like button, and then I'll play it. That's all you got to do. Uncle L, you said you had those tracks. Yeah, pay less, Tesh. Yeah, exactly. Them Bobos cost $1.99. Yes, yeah, I'm saying, man. We used to sing the song, Bobos. They make your feet feel fine. Bobos, they cost $1.99. Get them at the Blue Light Special. Kmart, exactly. Yeah, Just Jay, you ain't telling your age. Kmart, the Blue Light Special. That's where they sold them Bobos. Flip, what up? Yep, we was little kids singing that song, making fun of the other kids. You could not come around us with no fucked up sneakers on as a little kid back in the 80s and 90s. At all. We learned that at a young age. Yeah, I remember that song, Cara. Cara's so sweet. I don't even know if I spoke to you. I apologize. Cara's so sweet in the building. Yeah, I remember that song. I don't know why, but I guess we sung it so many times. There were no real name brand sneakers until 84. Hey, I went to elementary school and I was born in 79. So I went to elementary school basically 85, 84, 85. So basically once we got to, first, second grade, name brand sneakers was a thing and we all had them. And if you didn't have them, you was getting clowned. Oh, don't come with no Velcro shoes. No, with the coin purse slot on the side. And you had those. So that's okay. Like up through kindergarten. After you get past kindergarten, if you wearing the Velcro shoes and it's got little slots and cartoon characters and shit on them, yeah, you was getting clowned. After kindergarten, you could not do that. You could still have that shit on your lunchbox or whatever, but you could not have the shoes that's got the Velcro with cartoon characters and shit like that on them once you got into like first, second grade. Not around us. Oh, no. See, I grew up in the city and like in the suburb city at that. So all of our parents, we were kind of middle class. So all of our parents had enough money to buy us name brand shoes. That's like one of the first things I think they upgraded about our lifestyle was our damn footwear. They was not going to have us walking around in some busted ass shoes. It's like you got your clothing and footwear all upgraded at the same time. And, you know, that they won't having that. So just different lifestyle. I know a lot of y'all grew up very different from me. I definitely counted a blessing the way that I grew up and the experiences that I did not have to go through in order to make it to this point. But shout out to all of y'all who did endure those experiences and are still here. Shout out to all of y'all, man. Because I can only imagine. You know, I've seen it from my point of view from, you know, being an adult, 46-year-old adult, from being a police officer and working in the communities from that point of view. Y'all call them butter cookies? Yeah, I remember them butter cookies too. Remember them girls? They used to wear them jellies. I think them shits came back actually a few years ago. Them plastic ass shoes, they feet be all fucking sweaty in them. And they take their foot out of it and it's the print of the shoe. Look like a damn fishing net. Yeah, man, shoes have gone through some evolutions. For real. Shoes have gone through some evolutions. Y'all remember? So y'all remember, all right, I know a lot of my people up in here, y'all some of my 80s, my 90s people, you know, early 2000s, right? So do y'all remember back in the day? Yeah, Dimitri, them jellies had y'all feet sweaty to the motherfucker. It ain't nothing but plastic around your foot. And y'all used to like to wear them shits in the heat of the summer, going to like, you know, some shit where you're going to be dancing. You know, you're going to be real active. Foxy Brown, good morning to you. Yeah, y'all used to like to wear them at those times where you're going to be, your feet were going to be active. So my 90s, early 2000s people, y'all remember, and again, I ain't no fighter. Damn, Delilah said I had the red and white Jordan 4 retro in elementary school and everyone wanted to be my friend. Yeah, hell yeah. If you got them Jordans back then, everybody wanted to be your friend. For sure. When they first came out, Dick Cut said, don't try to fucking pump my Reebok pumps, bruh. I reach back and slap. It's slap worthy. Oh, man, he gonna backhand people. You try to pump his Reebok pumps. I never had a pair of Reebok pumps. I'll tell y'all a pair of sneakers I had, but I bought these myself because I was in high school. I was probably a junior, senior in high school at this time. Them fucking Grant Hill Felines. I wasn't even a Duke fan. I grew up a Carolina fan. Here in North Carolina, I grew up a Carolina fan, right? Grant Hill went to Duke. But for some reason, whenever Grant Hill went to the league, I respected his game. And he came out with them felines. I loved them joints. I had 3 different colorways of them shits. Carlos Franklin, salute. Yeah, I had 3 different colorways of them Grant Hill feline joints. I don't know why. I love them joints, though. Shit, I wish I still had them right now. Because I didn't wear them out. What was out when I came up, Thick Cut? The pumps? Oh, yeah, the pumps was out. I never was a Reebok person. So my dad, growing up with my dad was a Nike person. My dad was a Jordan guy, all of that shit. So basically, I grew up Nike and Adidas. Yeah, Nike and Adidas is basically how I grew up. You know, Jordan mixed in there, of course. I never was a Reebok person, just kind of for that reason. You said you obsessed over Fila when they first came out. Thick Cut. I think my grandfather, as weird as it is to think it, I think my grandfather like really, really liked Fila when they first came out. Because I remember him having like a Fila sweatshirt. back when they back in the like 80s. Jimmy and Fly, you said Jordans, Air Max, K-Swiss, Triton, and Soldier Reese. You wish you could find a pair of James Worthy New Balance. Now, that's a shoe I'm very unfamiliar with, Uncle L. Yeah, that's one that I'm unfamiliar with. The James Worthy New Balance. I like New Balance as a running shoe. I used to buy New Balance when I was a long distance runner. But I'm unfamiliar with the James Worthy New Balance. That's one I think that's a little before my time, because Worthy, when Worthy get drafted, like 84, something like that. What you have, Carl, them Reebok Classics? I know growing up, man, every damn girl had a pair of them white Reebok Classics. Had to be white. Yeah, every girl growing up had a pair of them white Reebok Classics. And if they started getting dirty, they had to either get the bleach. Matter of fact, what we used to do to help. So I grew up in the city, but my parents got divorced when I was 10, and where my dad lived was in the country. So I used to be up there all the time, you know, holidays, summertime, shit like that, right? So our way of calling ourselves trying to not holla at, but, you know, be hitting on with the little girls or whatever is we clean their shoes up for them. So we used to get, my dad, he drove like Cadillacs and Oldsmobiles and shit like that. The long cars, right? And he used to put white wall tires on them. So he used to use that bleach white. I don't know if y'all know the bleach white that you use to keep your white walls clean, right? So we used to be going and getting that shit and using it with the toothbrush on they classics, you know, keeping their soul clean and all that shit. Yeah, Foxy Brown, you was an Air Max girl. Yeah, so here's the deal with Air Max. Air Max ain't really become the shit till like the Air Max 95s, right? Yeah, so and this is back when Air Max was just like $139. So Air Max 95, Air Max 96. I graduated in 97. Musso Bronze in the building, salute. I graduated in 97. So the first 2 years of Air Max, yeah, they was the shit as far as in high school. And then, you know, of course, but really the Air Max 95 and the 96, them is the main joints that, you know, is the like classic joints in my head at least. So that's kind of where it kind of started and ended in my Air Max days, essentially. Shout out to Musso Bronze in the building.
Now listen, man, we all know West High School is where all the fugitives went. All the rebels. All the motherfuckers that rob shit. All the hoes. Like, let's just keep it real, man. West Side had the hoes, man. All the jump offs, the sluts, the skeezers, the scallywags, the trampolines, the diving boards, man. Man, everybody that went to arts, they feel like they was better than everybody. And you grew up to not be shit. Let's just keep it real, man. You know what I'm saying? All y'all got is Michael B. Jordan, man. This is the legendary Barringer High School. And the only reason it's legendary is because y'all had the bitches, man. I'm not going to lie. Y'all had all the Spanish mommies. You know what I'm saying? That's the only thing y'all was winning in. Y'all wasn't winning in nothing else. Basketball, football. Y'all was trash at that shit. You feel what I'm saying? Most of the Spanish dudes that moved on from here, they became the plug in Mexico. What killed me about science, man, is that y'all never did nothing scientifical here. You never cut a frog open. Y'all never created nothing. Like, what's the point on calling this shit science if y'all don't even do shit here? I'm saying, you know, we all know Malcolm X Shabazz is the best high school in Newark. That might be the best high school in Jersey. We ain't even gonna disrespect, but one thing I would say about Shabazz, niggas was a little zesty. Like, when I went to Shabazz, it was motherfuckers that was zesty as hell, bro. It was a nigga 6'8", extra zesty. Like, he was running the band and everything. Like, I'm talking about, bro, you didn't want to play basketball? You didn't want to play. I'm in front of Weekway. I gotta say, man, y'all stepped y'all game up to the max, man. You know what I'm saying? Academics, sports. You know what I'm saying? This is the only school right now that get good grades and they will whoop your ass. Like, they'll beat your ass outside the school and go back and finish doing their homework and shit like that, schoolwork and shit. So, you know what I'm saying? Big ups to Weekway. Y'all really stepped y'all game up. I would say y'all the #1 high school in Newark right now. Y'all got it. Newark Tech.
Yeah, shout out to Muso Bronze in the building. Shout out to Mines 57. Good morning to you. Damn, Delilah, you said you were born in 78, grew up in the 80s, and never had Adidas, but you did have a pair of, I think they were pronounced Elises. Don't know if anybody remembers those. I remember them, but we didn't really have anybody that rocked them. We did have people who had Diodoras, though. We did have some people who had Diodoras back then, because we grew up same time. If you was born in 78, I was born in 79. You know what I'm saying, man? You said your biggest shoe regret is in elementary school having your pops return the Jordan 9 olive green color because you wanted the university blue ones. The olives were more versatile, too. Yeah. Yeah. But, you know, as an elementary kid, you just want what's the most popular thing. You want the most popular thing. And any of them blue ones for the Jordan, you know, especially if it's going to be the Carolina blue, it's definitely going to be the popular one. Nick Lee, the godly man, good morning to you. Salute. Yeah, Pumas. Who was that? I was talking about Pumas. I think it was Foxy Brown. Yeah. Pumas. I had Pumas, hell, till probably about 2 years ago. I had a whole bunch of Pumas. I had bought probably about 4 different pairs of Pumas. Actually, hell, I still got a pair of Pumas in there, truth be told. And then whenever I kind of switched up my shoe collection again, I bought a bunch of Adidas this time around. Nipsey's the reason you started wearing Pumas again? Right. Damn Delilah. You ain't lying. I heard it was a couple people. I ain't gonna say Nipsey's the reason I started, actually. I used to listen to Jalen and Jacoby. They had a podcast. I used to listen to that shit. That's probably a good, 8 years ago or so. And Jalen was rocking Pumas and was, what am I trying to say? Was like, they were sponsored, and essentially. So I had bought a bunch of them then. Because I needed to, again, every so often I just buy a bunch of shoes at kind of the same time. I'm not a sneakerhead anyway, anything like that. Most of the time I'm buying mine, I'm wearing them for work and shit like that. But yeah, there's a whole bunch of shoes out there, man. You say you never wore Pumas or Filas? Yeah, I've worn Pumas and Filas. I think I had one pair of Reeboks. Them Sean Kemps. Were they Reeboks back in the day? Them Sean Kemps. I had them green. They were green, black, and I think white. Some Sean Kemps. Back, it probably would have been like 95, 96. Back when Seattle, was going to the finals and shit like that. I think they were Reeboks. That might be the one pair of Reeboks I got. Back then, this is back when I was in high school, but I had a job. Yeah, the Kamikazes. Yeah. I had them back then. So this is back, like I said, I was in high school, but I had a job. Obviously wasn't paying any bills, so I spent all my money on bullshit. So like I said, I had like 3 different colorways of them Grant Hill Filas. I had them Sean Kemps. I was buying just all types of off-the-wall shit, Yeah, that's probably the only pair of Reeboks I think I've had is them Sean Kemps from back then. Yeah. Hey, y'all making me remember stuff. Oh, but on the subject of back then, and this is something that I never did, because again, I wasn't a fighter or anything like that, but we observed this happening whether you were a fighter or not, right? Y'all remember when this used to happen?
I want you to swing. Swing right now. Swing. I dare you to. Swing. I want you to swing. I want you to swing first, man. Swing. I dare you. Oh, I swear about it. It'll be the last thing you do. You swing on me, man. Man, I swing. Man, what's up? Man, I don't want to do nothing, man.
So y'all remember? And they probably still do it today. I don't know. Actually, today, they really probably don't do it. They just talk shit on the internet and go shoot each other today. But back in the day, whenever people had beef with each other, they used to talk shit forever, walking in circles, all up in each other's face, shoulder to shoulder, daring each other to swing on each other. It's like, you can't even hit the person you so close to them now. You got to back up from them just to be able to swing on them at this point. Roll Rich the second, Capo in the building, Cloud Apprehension Professionals officers in the building. Shout out to you. Yeah, the fake square offs. Yeah, them jokers just all circle, all talk. Ain't nobody gonna touch nobody other than being, yeah, I bet you won't touch me. You get all up in their face talking about, I bet you won't touch me. I bet you won't touch me. Bruh, your breath is touching me right now. Back up. And so you said British Knights. Yeah, I never had a pair. Actually, I probably had a pair of British Knights in, it would have been elementary school. Back when Kool Moe Dee made the rhyme about them, back when they first came out. That's when I would have had a pair of British Knights. So it would have probably been like, you know, 3rd grade or some shit like that. That's the only time I had a pair of them. Like I said, back when Kool Moe Dee made the rhyme about them. I remember that commercial. I never had a pair of LA Gear. My sister had a pair of those. Yeah, I never had a pair of LA Gear. Y'all gonna miss me with them. All right. So Roll Rich, Cloud Apprehension Professional Officer, he's issuing a $5,000 ticket to Outlaw Anthony for clout chasing at excessive speed. Speed over 200 miles. Yeah. So Clout Anthony, you get a $5,000 ticket for clout chasing at excessive speed. Because your clout chasing has been unreal this last few days. K-Swiss, I can't remember if I had a pair of K-Swiss or not. If I did, it was only one time, and I don't think I liked them too much. Yeah, I can't remember if I ever had a pair of K-Swiss or not. Dimitri said, the shoes now that I've had forever and hate is your white Air Force One lows. They heavy and get on your nerves when you wear them. I always take an extra pair because it's so damn heavy. Yeah, damn Delilah, BKs were referred to as blood killers where you were from. Yeah, I don't know if that's how they got referred to when they first came out, because, you know, I definitely was a little kid and had no attachment to that life. You know, I just knew Kool Moe Dee made the commercial about him. That's all I remember. Yeah, Muso. So here's the deal on New Balance. New Balance is a good shoe for your foot, for walking, for all of those things. Like right now, I got some Hokas. Hoka. You know, and it's because I like the way they feel on my foot. Them motherfuckers is gray and like neon orange. And I wear them shits all over the place because I don't give a fuck what somebody is thinking about. It's not like I'm going out here. I mean, I'm talking about to the farmer's market and shit. You know, them people out there don't give a fuck what's on my feet. Sure ain't nothing wearing no nice ass shoes out there. But, you know, it's about, once you get to a certain age, it's about how that shit feels on your foot and the comfort and what it does for your body. Then New Balance got some, actually, they've upgraded their shit. It used to be back in the day that New Balance was all just runner shoes. So all of them shits looked the same, had that big, wide, ugly ass fucking tongue, shit like that, you know. But now New Balance has changed. Nick Lee, you said, what about lugs? No, I never had any lugs. I'm a Timberlands guy. So my family, so my blood and stuff is still from New York. So I'm in New York and New Jersey. You know, my family's out of Newark, and I got family all through New York and all that. So I grew up a Timberlands guy, and that's all I've ever been when it comes to the boots. When it comes to them type of boots. I've never been on lugs and none of them. I don't give a fuck how heavy Timbs are. If I'm wearing some fucking boots, it's going to be Timbs. And you always got a pair of wheat ones on deck. I ain't wearing no polo boots. Get the fuck out of here. I don't want none of that. Just Jay, you never owned a pair of Jordans? Hoka's New Wave, being in DMV, New Balances of life. Yeah. New Balances are definitely the shit. But yeah, I got some Hoka's right now because I went to we went to an outlet and it got all of the different shoe places and we walked in all of them motherfuckers and I was trying on shit and the Hoka's had the best sale that me and my wife could both get a pair of nice ass comfortable shoes and we locked them. So that's what it was. He said polo boots are pimp as fuck. Yeah, bro, Rich lugs never that. Ain't nobody in the Northeast wearing no fucking lugs. I don't even know if they sell them shits. And if they do, it's a big ass Timberland store right beside it. And everybody going in the Timberland store. High Techs, yeah, I remember them. I never had them, but I remember them shits. Lugs should be outlawed, right? Who made lugs? Everybody is out on lugs, y'all. Everybody's out on the lugs. You said who made lugs? Yeah, if it ain't fucking Tim's, then I'm not wearing it when it comes to the boots like that type of boot. You know, a work boot or something like that. When I'm working out on the property, that's a totally different shit. And really, I wear like my military boots for that. In the late 90s, lugs was hard. I don't know where they was hard at, though. They was only hard in a certain place then, Nick Lee, because lugs never caught on. So where I grew up in North Carolina, I grew up in Raleigh, right? And a lot of the people in Raleigh are transplants from somewhere up north. For example, me and my family, we were a transplant from Maryland. I moved to Raleigh when I was 10. There's a lot of people transplant from New York, all up Northeast. A lot of people transplant to the Raleigh area. So all of that Northeast style came down there with us, and that's what we were rocking in school. And like I said, I grew up a suburb kid. So we was, rocking the style of what our cousins and shit from up north wore. That's the style that we was into, because shit, that's what was in all of the music videos. You got to think about it. When I'm graduating high school in 97, that's when fucking Big and Puff and all of them motherfuckers is at the height of they shit. That's right before they went into wearing the shiny suits. Right as Mace was starting to come out and they was going into the shiny suits. But this is when hip hop was at the height of every fucking thing. And, that's what we was doing. So we wanted the style from basically New York, and then West Coast was on they shit too. So that's what it was. And that's what we wanted to dress like. And that's what the fuck we was wearing. We ain't want to hear nothing about no lugs, because they was not wearing that shit in no motherfucking videos. Wu-Tang, all 9 of them motherfuckers was in some Tim's. Wheat joints. Shit. Hold up. Y'all don't be fucking with me. It don't show they boots on here. You can't really see the boots too well. Hold on. I don't think you can see the boots on any of the album covers. Shit. I don't think none of their album covers show they boots at all. I know Method Man shit don't. Cuban Links don't. Nah, see, don't none of the pictures show they boots. Yeah, so ODB don't. I don't think none of their albums show like a full body or their boots or anything like that. So, but anyways, y'all know what I'm talking about. Y'all know what the hell I'm talking about. I need DOS effects. That's a good one, actually. Yeah, I might have to add that to the collection. Let me write that down. I hadn't thought about that one. It's definitely a good one. Jabot. They brought Jabot back. I was about to say something about Jabot. Cross colors. Y'all remember cross colors? Parasucos. Parasucos. Oh my goodness. The 90s. Oh man. No, I ain't showing no shoe stash, Just Jay. I don't even have a good shoe stash. I don't have any of these shoes we talking about now, other than some Timbs. Like I said, I always keep Timbs on deck. Magruder Witt. Cheryl Hodges, good morning. Heck Money. What's going on, Heck Money? Yeah. Y'all talking about Jabot. Y'all remember cross color? Mm-hmm. You just ordered a Coogee short set? For real? They still making Coogee? Man. I didn't know they still making Coogee. Oh, look, hell, the only thing I even knew about Coogee was the damn Coogee sweater Biggie always talked about. Biggie always talking about a Coogee sweater. A Coogee down to the socks. You know what I'm saying? Shit like that. That's the only shit I knew about that Biggie, that Coogee was Biggie, man. Yeah, Coogee got some NBA shit out now. Okay, so they getting into special markets and stuff. Okay. Pele and Averex, yep. The Averex jackets, Isla Milligan, salute. Yeah, the Averex jackets. The Averex jacket was the thing. Yeah, the Averex jacket. Iceberg jeans, yeah. Yeah. Triple fat goose. Yo, yeah, I had a triple fat goose. I damn sure had a triple fat goose. Hell yeah, I had a triple fat goose. Echo, yup. Then you said then it turned to lot 29. Yeah. Lambskin. Yeah. Motherfuckers was wearing lambskin. Motherfucker 8-ball leather, yep. Shit, I think motherfuckers still wearing them joints now. Them 8-ball joints. Man, y'all remember all the stuff. Y'all remember all the stuff. See, this the good thing about YouTube, man. See, Jimmy and Fly, you still got your 8-ball, don't you? Troop jackets, yep. Troop jacket. Yup. Oh, man. Some of this stuff is funny to think about today. Some of this stuff is so funny to think about today. But then, hell, the young kids, they bring these styles right back around. They bring it right back around. Shearlings, I'm not sure what that is. Yeah, starter jackets, of course, M-Soul. Everybody knows starter jackets. Everybody had a starter jacket of some type. Everybody had a starter jacket of some type. Todd won. I don't know that. Douglas Alvarenga, salute. Your kid just loves hoodies. Well, yeah, see, they different today, Dimitri. Everybody had a starter. They different today, Dimitri. Them doggos wear hoodies and shorts everywhere. They wear hoodies and shorts and $400 sneakers. If you wore South Pole, you was a bum. Todd one is LL. Yeah. So you just saying a bunch of rappers' names, Magruder. You just saying a bunch of rappers' names. Cause I saw you say Nas earlier. You just saying a bunch of rappers' names. Yeah, you said year round. Yeah, Dimitri, year round. They wearing hoodies and shorts this now. That's all they wear is hoodies and shorts year round. So y'all know a lot of times the YNs like to think that they can mess with a old head, a OG, and it's just gonna go their way, right? So like I said, I'll be finding videos, I'll be finding little memes and videos and stuff like that, and it just kind of feels like it's right, feels like it fits what's going on. So we got a lot of YNs that like to play all the time with people who have lived through life. Hammer pants. Yeah, I never got into hammer pants, Dimitri. Never, ever, ever did the hammer pants. No. They like to play. And they think stuff is funny, or they think that there's not going to get a reaction until they do. And then the reaction that they get, they don't understand, you know. Let's just take a look at this video real quick and see what y'all think.
Pulling up over there. Huh? You said what? So, as you see, you know, some people like to mess with people until they get what they're asking for, and then they get up and can't stand straight. Because it seems to me that with the way that some of the YNs like to do things, they like to take things as just a joke all the time. Think they can just laugh stuff off, right? They play with people, you know, the respect that they have with people, and then think they can just laugh it off, think it's all good, all cool, you know, all of that good stuff, right? So that don't always work. As you can see from that video, there's some people who get enough of it. You know, eventually it's just time to handle this, get you off my back. You following me around, and now I just gotta put hands on you and teach you this lesson. It's just that simple, right? It's just that simple. Let me see what y'all saying in the chat real quick. Yeah, Thick Cut, I heard you say excuse me, RIP to Mervyn's, and really RIP to malls in general. Yeah, if you still going to a mall, like an actual mall that's not a outlet type of deal or something like that, then, you know, blessings upon you. That's a dangerous place these days. An indoor mall? Hell no. For what? For what purpose do you have to go to an indoor mall in 2025? Ain't nothing hanging out there but trouble in 2025, if it's even still open. It's the saddest fucking sight. I went up to Maryland a few weeks ago, and to the area where I grew up, you know, as a kid. And I saw the area where some of the malls and stuff were previously. And now you can still see kind of the regular entrance of where the mall was, but that's all boarded up. And then they've changed a lot of the other stuff to kind of storefront, you know, big box store type of deals or whatever. But it's the saddest shit to see the boarded up entrance to what used to be the mall that you used to go in all the time. Shout out to Hood Breaking News in the building. Hold on, let me get back to my right damn thing. Appreciate that $9.99 super chat. He said the breakdown goat. I don't know if I can claim that title, but I appreciate your confidence in my ability to break down. And we getting ready to get into some of that, actually. Was I in PG County? No, I wasn't in PG County. I was in Frederick County. Nah, I wasn't in PG. I was up in the northwest area. It's close to West Virginia. It's close to the West Virginia border, close to Pennsylvania. It's really from there, within about 15, 20 minutes, you can be in three other different states. You can be in Pennsylvania, Virginia, or West Virginia. You said their teens need adult supervision at malls. Yeah, it got that way a while ago. I remember, so I was a police officer here in the early 2000s. It would have been like 03, 04 time frame, right? And I remember back then, malls had already gotten to the point where, you know, they needed to have more than just the little mall security on duty. They needed some actual police nearby. After a certain time, kids weren't allowed in the mall without adult supervision because them fools like to act the fool when it got dark, and it'd be like 100 damn kids or 200 kids all met up at the mall. They acting a fool, and then you got like fucking 4 mall security. Stuff like that. So, yeah, these kids got off the hook with them damn malls. You said the malls that you're still thriving is Townsend Center, Arundel Mills, and the Mall of Columbia. Are all of those indoor malls? I can't remember those. Are any of them like the outdoor malls? I ain't talking about like a outdoor strip front type of deal, you know. You said malls was for meeting girls? Yeah, then malls became for other shit. Mike got motion, salute. Shout out to everybody who had the opportunity to hit that like button. Are they all indoors and surviving? Hey, shout out to them. I don't know how they doing it. Must not be very many other options. Yeah, Arundel Mills close to Bmore. Yeah, I'm familiar with the names of those malls and stuff, but never had reason to go there. Yo, Thick Cut, you ain't fucking lying. I used to love Orange Julius, man. I used to love going to the mall just because that was the only opportunity to get that shit. My dad, he used to take us there. That's one thing that he liked, so we used to get that shit too. You just brought back memories on that. That used to be the shit. For real. And look, I'm talking all this shit. The mall here may still exist. Like, it's there. I just don't go to that motherfucker and don't have no reason to go to that motherfucker. I will go past that motherfucker to go to the same store they have in it. That's what I would do. You said Chick-fil-A used to be in the mall only? Okay, I didn't know that version of Chick-fil-A. Whenever we got Chick-fil-A in North Carolina, it was already standalone, I believe. At least from my recollection. It was already standalone, but it didn't start, you know, with us. So. But yeah, Orange Julius used to be the shit, man. I used to love going to the mall as a kid just for that. Just for that. Isla Milligan said Uncle L hung out near the escalators, the Mac in the 80s at the gallery. Why y'all fucking with Uncle L? Y'all know Uncle L a OG. Y'all know Uncle L a OG. That mall down in the subway station. No, I'm good on all that. I'm good on all that. All right, so let's talk about something real quick. We are going to get to the subject of the thumbnail, but before we do, really quickly, I say quickly, but it's going to take a minute. Let's just discuss a little bit about this whole Anthony's situation and going to jail and all of that crazy shit, right? So we're not going to go over every single thing. There's just a couple of places that I want to review, give a little commentary on, give my input, my opinion, whatever it is. It gets me what it gets me. If it gets me any kind of, backlash or whatever it is, what it is, y'all know I don't really care about that. I'm not going to bite my tongue for that reason. But let's just review a couple things. And I just want to make some points that maybe have not been said. Maybe I didn't hear them. Maybe I feel like they need an additional emphasis coming from a different point of view, because I don't know who Anthony listens to in terms of actual advice. I don't know who Kev Lowe listens to specifically in terms of actual advice, right? I can only put it out there and then they pick up what they pick up, they take from it what they take from it, right? So, situation, the way that I understand it to have begun, Anthony went to jail for the reason that he described to us, because we're going to pick this up after he's already done his live stream, I believe. G Mama Body, good morning to you. Don't quote me on the order of things. I know the order of the videos that I'm going to play. I'm going to play the videos that I'm playing because I'm only playing 3 videos. I'm going to play them in order. But as far as the order of when Anthony went live, because he went live so many times, the Kev Lowe went live so many times and stuff like that, I'm not going to sort that order out. I think Sis probably already did that. We're reviewing Fullality Friday right now. This is where we're going to start. And again, at this point, Anthony has already told us a story. So let's go.
I see. I got to clear up discrepancies. Hey, listen, shit, nigga, there's a lot of opinions. This shit crazy. Drop a bag, drop a bag. We rocking out here tonight. Over 200 people watch Anthony's live, and damn near 200 people about to watch this shit right here.
All right, so at this point, Anthony's already gone live. He's already told his story because that was the live that he got the over 200 people in. So he's already told his story. He's already told us a story, a version of the story of what happened. So let's go.
So, you're going to get
Jade Love, good morning to you.
A lot of different opinions and questions and people seeing you, people hearing you.
JT Moneyman 410, salute.
So that comes with that.
Oh, man, that shit crazy. Hey, damn, it's got stale as fuck. Hold on, y'all, I'm trying to roll up. See, I'm in the safe location. I can roll up here. Shit. My sister out.
All right, so what this is reviewing Anthony's live. So this is why we don't necessarily need to go over Anthony's live, but Anthony is on the panel with Sis while he's reviewing his live. So we're going to hear some of the contradictions and stuff like that that are put forward by Anthony just by Sis reviewing his live and questioning him.
Yeah, we in the country. Shit. I can smoke here. My bad, y'all just got stale as fuck. What the fuck going on? I gotta go back to the op. Yeah, you got going on, op? Okay, there you go. The guard stale. That shit was floozy for a second. I'm about to, bro, fuck a 60 days in. Yeah, it was basically that platform, like how to sell with the layout, It was like basically that platform type shit. That shit was crazy. I'm seeing like, bro, some of the CEOs look kind of familiar and shit. I'm like, bro, you was on 60 days in, nigga, mind your business. I'm like, nah, nigga, you look too familiar. So the guys, they had some of the CEOs and shit in there. It was basically black. All the CEOs was black. All the CEOs was black. I ain't seen not one white CEO in that motherfucker. It was nothing but niggas. And they was talking, like, you had some cool CEOs and then you had like some people that be talking crazy and shit. I was in there chilling though. Y'all know the food I was eating, bro, that shit was gross as fuck, bro. I ain't eat shit. I tell you what I ate. They had like some spaghetti one night. They had some spaghetti and goddamn garlic bread. Ate that garlic bread.
All right, so what we learned is that Anthony pretty much in his live where he was up there by himself was pretty much capping on his story in terms of how things went in there, all of that. We really, at this point, don't know what to believe. I mean, still to this point, we really don't know what to believe about his story because it just doesn't make any sense to anybody who has either been on the same side of the wall that he was on or anybody who knows anything about it from the other side. Draco, the big homie in the building, salute. It just doesn't make any sense. Him talking about throwing away all this food, but he's saying it with his chest poked out as if he's walking around there, the big bad motherfucker on the block, and can't nobody do anything if he just willingly just throwing away shit that other people are interested in. Like, don't nobody believe that. Nobody believes that. Your first time, excuse me. Nobody believes that your first time going to jail, all that remains, good morning. Your first time going to jail, you were just the biggest, baddest motherfucker in there, and people was asking you for your food, and you was like, hell no. But at the same time, you weren't going to eat it. You just going to throw it away. That don't make any sense, bro. And for you to be trying to put that out there as a believable story just makes people question you. And then it's going to make them question anything else you have to say from that point on.
Then I ate my spaghetti and shit, and then I ain't eat the rest of that shit. Niggas kept asking for my food and shit. Like, Paul, you gonna eat the rest of that? I'm like, yeah, I want my cornbread.
God damn.
Literally.
Niggas over there.
Oh, God, that shit was funny.
See, listen to you. On God, that shit was funny. So he said people was asking him, is he going to eat his food? And what does he give us? A movie quote. Hell yeah, I'm going to eat my cornbread. And then he tries to laugh it off. That shit was funny. What?
Fuck. It was nothing but niggas. And they was talking, like, you had some cool COs, and then you had, like, some people that be talking crazy and shit. I was in there chilling, though. Y'all want to know the food I was eating, bro? That shit was gross as fuck, bro. I ain't eat shit. I tell you what I ate. They had, like, some spaghetti one night. They had some spaghetti and goddamn garlic bread. Ate that garlic bread, then I ate my spaghetti and shit, and then I ain't eat the rest of that shit. Niggas kept asking for my food and shit. Like, Paul, you gonna eat the rest of that? I'm like, yeah, I want my cornbread.
God damn.
Literally.
Niggas over there.
Oh, God, that shit was funny.
Boy, we were gonna hear shit from every fucking movie because you know this a YN, right? So this nigga about to give us every movie reference he ever seen, nigga. They asked you if you gonna eat your cornbread, didn't they? Okay.
You stupid.
Thank you for pointing that out, sis. Thank you for pointing that out.
Let me guess. There was a nigga in there named Jangling, right?
Nah. Pause.
Ray kept talking stories about the boom boom room and shit. Like, oh my god, this nigga. All right, let's hear what we about to hear, man. Nigga.
See, the overall point is he felt like whenever he was live on his stream by himself, nobody up there questioning him or anything, he could just run off a long narrative of a story, throw in all of these lines that he heard from movies and laugh at them as if they're his jokes and they're actual things that he said while he was in there, and nobody was going to question it. And Anthony, what I need you to understand is that all of us have been around a lot longer than you in just years on Earth and in this YouTube stuff. So if you try to use any of those Kwame Brown tactics of making up a narrative story and expecting that the chat's just going to believe whatever it is you say and run with it, you don't have that power. Sorry, Kwame doesn't even have that power. That's what all of us who you see calling out his bullshit are doing. Just that, calling out his bullshit. So I don't know what made you think that you were going to get away with being able to tell a story, run a whole bunch of movie lines in there and laugh shit off, and people are just going to go with it. It don't work like that. And so what Kev Loader said, he almost 30 acting this goofy. It's sad nobody wanted to believe me until Sis went over the video. And so, Anthony, that is a point that I really wanted to make. And unfortunately, I don't have the video I wanted to show you. But what I wanted to show you as a form of comparison, because a lot of people keep saying he's young. He's young. He a young boy. He a YN. The problem with that is you are about to be 30 years old. That is no longer considered young. That is no longer considered somebody who should not know better than some of these things. When you are about to be 30 years old and you're making decisions in the real world that are getting you locked up, that is not youth. That is what Jade Love just said. It's immaturity. There's a big difference between being young and being immature. Because, truth be told, Kwame is not young, but he's very immature. What is he, 40 what? But he's very immature. M. Soul said something very Very good there. Young with no guidance. And Outlaw Anthony, if you've been paying attention to any of the history, and that's why this falls right in line with the Busted Life history and why it's a part of that series, just with a different thumbnail, you would recognize the immaturities of him, us pointing out the immaturities of him and how well that's doing for him. You would recognize that I pointed out how he had no guidance other than talking about what his mama and his grandmama taught him. But he doesn't have any actual guidance when it comes to a man showing him man things. Because one thing that I need for you, young Anthony, to learn and understand is that this whole say something and then just laugh about it, men don't necessarily respect that. Yeah, oh, you just gonna play with me. You just playing. You just here to play. You're not gonna take nothing serious. You're not even taking your freedom serious. So if you're not gonna take your freedom serious, then why the fuck would I ever want to be around somebody like you? Because if you don't care about your freedom, then why would you give a fuck about my freedom? It's hard to fuck with somebody like that. That's what I need you to understand. I ain't saying I ain't fucking with you. What I'm saying is it's hard for anybody to fuck with somebody who don't even take their own freedom serious enough. They just be laughing and shit. About every fucking thing. Just laughing. Everything ain't funny, bro. You lying to everybody about this shit and then thinking you gonna hit Sizzlink and just basically say, yeah, agree with everything that Sis says. That ain't gonna work. You don't just get to laugh everything off. So I can't get the video that I want to show you to work. But the video that I was going to show you was actually a video of my nephew. My nephew. How old are you, Anthony? 28? About to be 29? I was about to show you a video of my nephew. 25 years old. Leading a platoon of Marines as the senior drill instructor. He's the one marching out in front with the fucking sword, telling them what to do. He's the one telling all of the rest of the drill instructors in his little group what to do. 25 years old, a leader of men, a maker of Marines, making adult decisions. He's younger than you. So the excuse of you're young, that doesn't work. You're immature. There's a big fucking difference. Pro 901, salute. There's a big fucking difference between being young and being immature. Immaturity is the shit that gets you locked up, not your youth. So you got to cut that shit out. You got to cut that shit out. Hell, I got another nephew, younger than the 25-year-old, also in the military, thriving, making adult decisions. So we're not going to blame this on age. We're going to blame this on lack of guidance. And if you want to keep laughing every time an OG is trying to give you some information, then you're going to keep on getting the results you're getting. You're going to keep on being, we're going to rename you. You're not even going to need a name. You're not going to need to fight over the name Outlaw anymore. Because if you keep making the decisions that you're making, if you keep laughing every time an OG's trying to impart some wisdom on you, you're going to rename yourself. It's going to be King Crash Out Anthony. That's what we're going to start calling you. King Crash Out Anthony. Because every time an OG tries to impart some wisdom on you, you laugh. Sis was trying to impart some wisdom on you. Sis might only be, I mean, I don't know what our levels are. Unks, OGs, fucking Big Cuz, and Lanice, good morning to you. I don't know what our levels are. We not YNs. That means we've been through some shit, we learned some shit, we've experienced some shit. We might be able to impart some wisdom on you. So Sis, whatever the fuck you want to call him, Big Cuz, all right, fine. Big Cuz was trying to impart some wisdom on you. Skinny, Unc, was trying to impart some wisdom on you. I'm sure Uncle L, the OG, was trying to impart some wisdom on you. Wherever I fall in that fucking mix, I fall somewhere between Sis and Skinny. Age-wise. We all saying the same shit. The chat's all saying the same shit. You're going to rename yourself King Crash Out. Just because you won't take any advice and you just want to laugh all the time whenever somebody is trying to say something. You want to laugh, go along with what they saying. Yo, Isla Milligan. I got married and purchased my house in 2001 as well, at 22. So, I mean, again, the age ain't a thing. By then, I had been in and out of the Army 4 years, all of that. It's all about maturity. I didn't have to go to jail to learn a lesson. Sorry, I don't have a criminal record, y'all. I know people don't, there's a lot of people that don't seem to respect shit unless a person has a criminal record, been in jail, locked up, whatever. No. Yeah, my fingerprints are in the system, but for good reasons, not bad reasons. You know? My fingerprints are in the system because I can travel internationally and I have security clearances and shit like that. That's the reason why my fingerprints would be in the FBI system. Not because I'm a felon or need to register as any kind of offender or any kind of bullshit like that. So if y'all need that to make y'all real niggas, then so be it. So fucking be it. My shit's in the same system as yours. If they run my prints in the system and your prints in the system, both our names gonna hit. Just my shit gonna hit and it's gonna be green shit on there. Like, yeah, he got access to this system. He can get into this secure area. He can work on this type of aircraft that might have top secret equipment in it. Your shit gonna run through the systems, all kinds of fucking red bells and whistles and alarms and shit gonna go off. So, I mean, it is what it is. Let me see what Uncle. Let me see y'all talking in the chat. Let me see what y'all saying. So a YN supposed to listen to a bunch of black men in their crib just screaming every day online. If that's the way that you view us, if that's the way you view people, then that's the way you view people. If you view me as just a black man in my crib every day screaming every day online, then that might mean you need to change your view because you don't see me online every day. Hell, I haven't been online in well over a week now. You definitely don't see me screaming. You know, so if that's the way you view it, then that's the way you view it. I'm not going to try to change your viewpoint. I agree, Pro. Age is only a number. You had your son in high school. When you have to grow up, they'll grow the fuck up. Exactly. It's only a number. You said somehow Outlaw Anthony has become Kev Lowe's responsibility. Talk, brother, all that giggling that young man was doing. You had secondhand embarrassment. He's definitely been sheltered. He's been using fake bravado on the internet. And Lanice, that's a fucking fact right there. Yo, Anthony, so even the ladies are seeing it in you. It's fake bravado, bruh. It is fake bravado. Shout out to Uncle L. He said a factor could be, if you look at it, these YNs are growing children from crack babies, just thinking the long-term effects. That's a fact. That's a fact. I'm not saying that his mama had anything to do with that, you know, because I do not believe she's with us anymore, so I'm not going to put that on her. But as far as the generation as a whole, that's a fact. And if the generation as a whole has a lot of that throughout it, and then the people who may not necessarily have that in their life, but all of their friends have that in their life, they'll probably, some of them, as we see, some of them are followers. And what I've seen in Anthony is he has a lot of follower in him. So if he has a lot of follower in him today, he probably had a lot of it in him as a kid. So if, say, the school or the friends, his friend group was permeated with those people Uncle L is speaking of, then he would have wanted to be more like them, as opposed to knowing and understanding a blessing maybe that he had to not be like them. Yeah, Isla Milligan, you learn your lessons watching your homies crash out. Number one reason you got out of the game, nothing on your record. Exactly. Exactly. Not all of us have to actually go through the experience to learn. Y'all know me. I'm an observer. I sit back, I watch. Checkmate, the ultimate showgirl. Good morning to you. Y'all, I sit back and I watch. I'm not the first to come with a response or reaction. A lot of people get their reactions out way before me. Some of the stuff I say is repeating what some of them are saying. I understand that. But I also understand the value in repeating good points and solidifying things into giving a different point of view from different experiences. Because again, all of those people that I mentioned who have been providing just some advice, you know, whether it be a Sis, Skinny, or Uncle L, anybody like that, Johnny Blaze, you know, Johnny Blaze said his part too, any of them. I'm coming from a totally different perspective than all of them. You know, we're all coming from different perspectives, but it all has value. Learn from other mistakes. Absolutely, steady grinding. Fat T, you said, could the marijuana cause the giggling? You don't know because you don't smoke. I mean, it's possible, but as much as he smokes, I doubt it. Like that's some movie shit. When you see people like you must have watched Reefer Madness. You must have saw Reefer Madness or something like that. Because the thought that people smoke weed and just start laughing at everything is not true at all. That is not the effects of it, you know? That's not the way it works. So maybe a certain strain may do that to somebody in a certain moment, but that's not typically how it works. Damn, Delilah said, in Anthony's defense, we have a 50-year-old on here having a full-blown identity crisis. He believes he is KB. Who? Who's 50 and believes they KB? I don't know specifically who you're talking about on that one. All right, let me, since I couldn't get my other thing to work, let me just go back to what we were reviewing really quickly and continue that, because there's more points to be made.
Oh shit, this nigga funny. Had a nigga that laugh like, yeah. But the whole time I finished with that shit, like when I get finished with that shit, I'm eat off the plate. I throw that whole plate away like, nah, ain't nobody eating this. They be like, this nigga grimy. I'm like, yeah, nigga. They like, oh shit. That shit was funny as fuck. I had a nigga that laughing though. They like, this nigga funny. Swear to God, yo, it was two white boys they had locked up in this.
Oh damn, Pro and damn Delilah. Y'all know what? I forgot all about that motherfucker. Real talk. I forgot all about that motherfucker that quickly. That quickly, I forgot all about that motherfucker. He sure as hell do think and want to be KB. That's his idol. A younger man is his idol. He about to be 50. Kwame only fucking 43. And Kwame is his idol. I forgot all about that motherfucker that quickly. Damn. I tell you, man. It's been a crazy week, last couple of days. It's been a crazy last couple of days. I forgot all about him.
Wait. So you tell me that you refused to eat your food and then told niggas they can't have it, even though you don't want it?
Hell yeah.
Oh, what Bishop got to say about that?
Whoa, this is a bad motherfucker right here.
But you see, Anthony just laughing about it. Sis don't believe it. Sis like, so you saying, so you telling me you did this, and this. Oh, you a bad motherfucker. Sis don't believe that shit. But Anthony just want to laugh about it because it's the clout. He saw that 200 in his chat whenever he told his story. He got excited than a motherfucker. He saw KB in his chat. He got excited, made him a mod. He saw the answer in his chat. He got excited, made him a mod. Anthony, these are the exact things. You were already questionable to a lot of people as to whether or not you were still a Kwamite. A lot of people still questioned whether or not you were still loyal to the Kwamites. Just because of how much time you spend over there, how you like to go over there and hit the link and then come back talking about how you cuss TJ out. Every time you do that, that's promoting whatever channel it is that you went to, right? So if you went over to Kwame's channel and got into an argument with TJ, like you did every day for a couple weeks, and then you came right back and ran to say Sis panel and said, man, yeah, I was over there on Kwame panel cussing at that bitch TJ. You just promoted Kwame's channel on Sis channel to a whole bunch of people who didn't give a fuck. See what I'm saying? There's a lot of things that you do, and a lot of people have been excusing it or passing it off as you just being young. People call you young, green, all of these different words to mean immature. That's what they really mean when they're saying all of these things. When they say you're green, that means inexperienced. When they say you're young, what they're really meaning is immature. So the question is, are you going to start to grow up? Are you going to start to listen and take any of the advice? Or are you going to start to continue to make the choices that you're making? Because, Uncle L is attributing a lot of this to growing pains. However, you're going to end up growing by your damn self. Because people are really going to start to see this and just all pull away from you. We've done it before as a sector. There's a lot of people who used to exist in this sector who no longer exist. A lot. It's happened multiple times. And you could just be the next on that list if everybody stops fucking with you. So, Anthony, I don't think you were around. Maybe you were, maybe you just weren't paying attention. Maybe you just weren't listening to me because everybody doesn't listen to me. I'm still not a large content creator in this sector, right? So, how long has it been? 2 years ago now? When was it that Sister T went to jail? When was it that Sister T went to jail? Whenever it was. If you know your history, you know that is when I stopped fucking with her. Not because she went to jail. I don't give a fuck about that. Like, shit. Probably more than 50% of the people in this sector have been to jail. I don't give a fuck about that. That's not the problem. And what you keep failing to understand, and we ain't even gonna go through a whole lot of this video because we're here to talk about some other shit. I'm just gonna make my fucking points because as I keep talking, all the points are coming to me. I can make them without even hearing all this shit. Y'all heard his shit. It was like 2 years ago. She went to jail. I ain't give a fuck about that. I was told that she was in jail, right? I got informed. But what did she do? And my fucking rider in the chat already knows she's saying it. The reason I stopped fucking with her is because she called me on the phone. Now, everybody here know that she was locked up for a certain number of days, right? Let me get this off the screen so y'all can see my face. Everybody here knows that she was locked up for a certain number of days. Well, she called me and told me that she was locked up for a different number of days. Right? So, like I said, I knew she was locked up. I didn't give a fuck about that. But why are you lying to me? On the phone. We ain't on YouTube. Can't nobody else hear this conversation other than the people that you play it for because you were the one who liked to record conversations. But you're on the phone with me and I'm just listening. And you tell me that you locked up for a different number of days than everybody already knows you were locked up for. Why are you telling me that? Why are you lying to me about that? Because the first question that pops in my head is, if you were only locked up for this number of days as opposed to this number of days, then why the fuck didn't you call me 2 days ago? Oh, I was spending time with my family and blah, blah, blah. Oh, word? But 2 days later, you right back on your shit. Ain't nothing changed. And you lying to the world about what the fuck actually happened. And when you can do that, that just tells me I can't fuck with you. Because she didn't have to call me at all. But she chose to because I was one of her top mods. I was part of administration. You know, I was one of the people working to help keep her channel going and, you know, build her channel, stuff like that at the time. In terms of in the chat and all of the different suggestions and stuff like that that people were giving her, right? So y'all know where I was with her at the time. But if you gonna just fucking lie directly to me and then come, you know, tell this whole other story and I'm just supposed to go with it, no, I can't fuck with that. You know? Because it ain't even like she told me this is what happened, but I'm gonna tell them this. It wasn't even one of them situations. Like she told me the truth and then was going to run a play on everybody else. No, she told me the same fucking lie she told everybody else. So don't fucking, like Lenise say, offering up lies is the worst. I ain't asked you shit. I didn't call you. I didn't bother her. Whatever she was locked up, I figured she would contact me when she was good and fucking ready. Right? But when you contact me on that bullshit and I ain't even asking no questions and you just giving me the lies off jump, I got to look at you a certain way. And Anthony, that's what you have been doing. And now that everything is going down, you and Kev Lowe had y'all discussions, all of that. Now you're trying to backtrack on things and you're trying to basically just answer yes to the information that's laid out in front of you, as opposed to actually telling people the truth. It's been said, and I'm going to say it again. You're doing the same shit that Biz did. And you get so concerned about the charges that you got not being the same equivalent level of something that gets you on a sex offender list. Nobody said that. Nobody ever brought that up. You're the only person who keeps bringing that up. Why? Because that's a Kwame tactic. To say, well, what I did ain't as bad as what this person did. We ain't talking about what that person did. We talking about what you did to us. We don't care about what you did to, quote unquote, break the law. We're talking about what you did to us, the people, by the words you said out of your mouth and the actions that you took around those words. Your words have meaning, bro. Don't say no shit if you can't stand on it. Don't try to come back later and backtrack when you get found out and act like you didn't know. Because that's the exact same thing Biz is doing today. GWB just posted something, I think a couple days ago, talking about this whole Biz situation with the audio and everything, and how Biz told us at the time all of these things, and he didn't touch those girls and all blah, 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 blah. Everything comes out, and in the paperwork, it is admission from Biz that there was consensual sex. So how did you not touch the girl if there was consensual sex? Oh, I don't remember everything. What the fuck? You told us this whole story, basically verbatim, word for word. We on pins and needles listening to it, and we believe in you. And now there's a whole nother story that is you, word for word, saying something totally different. What are we supposed to do now? What are we supposed to do now? We got both your words They say two totally different stories. So what we supposed to believe? The parts of the story you want us to believe? How about we just don't believe none of the fucking story and go figure it out ourselves? Right? You want to keep comparing yourself to Biz? You want to keep tying your situation to his situation by making those comparisons? You do that. You go right ahead and do that. That's what we're going to do. We done talking about you. If you want to hit the link and talk about it, if you got anything to say, that's fine. But you wildin'. I don't know if Kev Lowe was wildin' or not in any of the shit he did, because I don't know. I wasn't even in the live wherever he was asking for the money for Outlaw Anthony. Let me tell y'all how that went down. I'm being transparent with y'all. And the person who I was having this conversation with can co-sign this if they so choose. I'm not going to say who they were, but somebody sent me the link of Kev Lowe doing the live where he was, asking for the money for Outlaw Anthony, right? And they sent me the link. And I looked at it and I saw what the title was, and I can't remember what it said, but it said something about raising money for the boy because he locked up. And I will tell you, I told that person the same thing that I'll tell all of y'all. If y'all get fucking locked up, you're going to stay there until they let you out if you're waiting for me to get you out. That's the same shit my dad taught me and my brothers growing up. And that's the same way I'm going to treat y'all, because y'all are fucking adults out here. And you did something to draw their fucking attention. And if you were doing some dirty ass shit and they lock you up, then I'm not going to be the one to help you get the fuck out. So don't ever call Iceberg asking for no fucking bail money. Bail money is one place Iceberg will not spend money. I'll spend money for you to get some equipment for your business. I'll spend money for a whole bunch of shit. But bail money is one thing you better not ever ask Iceberg for. Because my dad always told me, y'all get locked up, don't call the house because you're going to stay there until they let you out. Don't even call. And we ain't get locked up as a fucking result. You know what I'm saying? Getting locked up was not a thing that I did. So don't call Iceberg if you get locked up, because you're going to stay there until they let you the fuck out. Or until you figure it out some other way. Don't even waste your phone call calling me. It's a waste of fucking time. So, for what it's worth. So, I had all of my damn videos together. And I hit some button combination on my keyboard and all my shit went away, right? So what I'm about to do is play a drop, essentially. It's an old one that it's by special requests. Shout out to Johnny Blaze, man. We were talking the other day. And just reminiscing. I think we were might have been on Roll Rich. I can't remember where it was. But we were just kind of reminiscing a little bit and brought up how Johnny Blaze back in the day used to go off on some of us, right? And if you ain't been going off on by Johnny Blaze, then you just missing out almost. That's just the best way to put it. You missing out. Because that is some comical shit. Whenever Johnny Blaze goes off on you, that is some comical shit. So I'm trying to get the thing to pull up where Johnny Blaze went off on your boy Iceberg. And again, this shit is like 2 years old, because this is back whenever I was rocking with Sister T and all that, right? So by special request, while I work on trying to get some of the videos that we're going to review pulled up, y'all take a look at when Johnny Blaze went off on your boy Iceberg. Shout out to Johnny Blaze. Y'all make sure y'all sub with the JB2 reactions. This is old, so I don't mean any of this shit. I ain't trying to stir up no new shit. It's just funny to reminisce sometimes. So let's go.
Congratulations, you played yourself.
You're coming over here for Sister T to be a motherfucking spy, nigga.
Oh man, shout out to Johnny Blaze, man. Shout out to Johnny Blaze. Yeah, that shit was funny, man. Whenever he did that shit, I was in the chat rolling. MSO damn texted me and shit. We laughing our asses off. And that's all I type. I ain't type anything else. I typed that shit. He saw it and went the fuck off. And I was rolling, man. I was like, oh, I got to do something with this. I got to do something with this, man. Shout out to Johnny Blaze. Y'all make sure y'all sub to the JB2 reactions, man. He be over there going over some stuff, and he be doing it the way that only Johnny Blaze can. Yeah, I'm saying, man, Joe Toro probably is one of the trolls roaming around right now. And see, that's why it's what's the best way to put it? Important, I guess, for the drop makers and people like that who be immortalizing these things. That's why it's important for them doing the things that they do. Sometimes they'll pick out a certain comment or something like that, and some of these people aren't even around anymore. Y'all be seeing these names. It's like, who the hell is that? For example, Queen Regina the other day, hell, I think it was yesterday or whatever, she kept bringing up La Familia, right? And there's a bunch of people here who don't even know who the hell La Familia is, right? But, a lot of us know who La Familia was, for example. But there's a lot of people who don't even know who the hell that is. So whenever she brings it up, she can say with it whatever she wants in terms of steering something one way or another, right? Because the people who she's talking to can't really check her on it. They can't really check her on it. So, it's like La Familia and start saying a whole bunch of stuff. And they're like, oh, okay, yeah, you say this person is La Familia, was all that. But those who know. Yeah, damn Delilah. Shout out to the extremely talented drop makers for sure. For sure. And I don't consider myself one of them. I don't consider myself one of them at all. Hold on. He said he saw you run to the Wabbits. Who saw who run to the Wabbits? What are we talking about? I go all over the place. I'm Iceberg. I go wherever the hell I want. Yeah, I rock with the Wabbits because they got a whole lot of knowledge and good content over there. I rock with JB2. He got a lot of knowledge and good content over there. I rock with Skinny Gang. He got a lot of knowledge and good content over there. All of those people are people who at one point in time I've made a drop about in a negative way. And they've said shit about me. I mean, you see, I just made a joke out of that shit right there with John, But yeah, so what? I go where I go. I talk where I talk. I associate with who I associate with, All of us who have been around since day one, we know what the deal is with one another. You know what I'm saying? We've either had our little battles and then gotten past it and moved on, and now we on to some other shit, and now we can either battle beside one another or watch that person battle and be supportive of their battle or stay the fuck out of it. But you know what I'm saying? Shout out to KTC. KTC right there with him. She know. KTC was on the side of everything that Iceberg was anti, essentially, at one point. You know what I'm saying? As far as the circles she roamed in and the circles I roamed in. She roamed in the skinny circle, the Wabbit circle, obviously, all of those places. And Iceberg was anti all of that shit at one point in time. But today, KTC rolls in the circles she rolls in, and Iceberg rolls in the circles he rolls in, and some of those circles overlap. Shout out to KTC because she's been around since day one and knows where people stand. She knows where her and I stand with one another. She knows where her and every other person stand with one another because she's been around to see it and experience it, live through it,
She knows if I crossed any lines with her, and I know that she has not crossed any lines with me. You know what I'm saying? So shout out to that. Shout out to that. All right, so moving on to what our thumbnail is about, what the topic of this actual live stream is about, right? So I say, do not protect predators. Words have meaning. So this all started prior to the outlaw situation kind of taking storm over these last couple of days. But our very own, he was here earlier, but I wasn't ready to talk about the subject at that point, and I didn't even realize that I realized I was going back to it, but I wasn't ready to talk about the subject at that point. We were warming up. We've been here 2 hours now. Now we can actually really talk about this subject. And just a kind of warning, disclaimer, whatever. We're going to discuss this subject, and it may get sensitive for some people because we're going to be adults here. We're going to talk about terms. We're going to define terms. We're going to really talk about this subject. And I am serious when I say this. Do not protect predators. Your words have meaning. They have meaning. And if your words that you're using signal that you protect the predators, then people are going to look at you a certain way. So let's start with the one and only Supernova. News you cannot, let me get this shit right. News you cannot use. Y'all make sure y'all subscribe to Supernova. I'm a relatively new subscriber to Supernova. I've known about Supernova for years. Again, we all roam in different circles, right? So Supernova's been around forever. I've known of Supernova forever. I'm a fairly new subscriber to Supernova's channel. You know, I know Supernova from Skinny and, you know, from over there forever ago, right? So shout out to Supernova. News you cannot use. This one was named PSA. Let's get some straightening. This was a few days ago. Let me see exactly which day was this. This was 5 days ago on July the 8th, right? So we're just going to listen to a short snippet of this, and then we're going to move on to another video. So let's see where we're going here and why we have this title, Do Not Protect Predators.
What's up,
Brother Jones, stop.
You want to go back?
Stop, Brother Jones.
You want to go back?
You sound like the Michigan J. Frog, bottle.
Yo.
Wendell is one of my supporters.
Is that Miss Cuckoo?
What's up, Brother Jones, though? What's up with you?
All right, so on the panel, upper left corner, you have Supernova. To the right of her, Flip. All the way to on the far right is Sis. Down below Sis, Miss Cocoa Box. I'm not sure the person's name that has the Utah Jazz avatar, and then Ronald Jones on the far bottom left. I think she said the guy in the middle on the bottom's name is Wendell. I'm not familiar with him.
I know.
Bum ass nigga. What's happening with you, hoe? Hey, Supernova. What's up, Sizzler? What's up, White? Nigga, I know you hear me, nigga. Is that Flip?
That's Flip. What's up?
Yeah, that's Flip. Just Flip.
Yo.
Bitch ass nigga. Flip, you still out here committing wabbitry?
I mean,
hey, bro, why you on my dick already?
Hey, I know not what you mean, sir. I know not what you mean.
Oh my God.
Supernova, this your friend? Supernova, this a friend of yours or something?
Well, you came up here telling that man when you talk to mute up, so hell, he feel disrespected.
No, I only said that because he's a lower level. Bro. Because I don't know who he is, and he's mentioning my name.
So as you see, Ronald Jones doing his normal up there trying to sun somebody, but that ain't nothing new.
Well, you came up here.
I'm a lower level. Okay.
You came up here.
What's up, sis? I feel you, big timer. I feel
You
you
came
a big
up here
timer.
being disrespectful. Of course he gonna feel
You a
like
big
that.
timer, bro.
You came
No,
up
You
here wrong.
somebody. You
You
somebody,
I
came
bro.
up
wouldn't
here
be.
wrong.
You
I don't
somebody,
even
huh?
know the man.
You somebody,
That's
huh?
Wendell. Wendell, this is
You
Ronald
somebody. Man,
Jones.
fuck that nigga. I know who the fuck that nigga is, bro. He nobody. And that nigga trying to tell me he's somebody. You are nobody that's known for
I'm
doing
not
stupid
just
ass
no
shit.
anybody.
And guess what?
I got
Me too,
status.
nigga. So we can take it down.
I got
Go ahead,
Okay.
nigga.
status, nigga.
Sit your ass
You a
down,
lower
nigga.
level.
Sit your ass down, nigga.
You got a
How
white
the fuck
man
you
as your
geeky and you over
adversary.
there and shit? I
You
know
can't
what you
have
are, nigga.
you
What?
can't
How you
listen.
geeky and you
Me
over
and you
there?
will never have smoke because
Huh?
you a black man with a white
How
man.
you geeky? How
You'll
you
never have
geeky, boy?
smoke unless that's your great granddaddy.
You be trying to cling on and shit, huh? You a
That's your
fucking
great
parasite,
granddaddy.
nigga. You always been a fucking parasite, nigga. You a joke,
Man,
nigga.
I got
And you
bigger
be
fish
taking
to
this shit
fry,
funny.
man.
But the joke on you, huh?
I got bigger fish to fry.
Huh?
It's
You
super.
got bigger fish. You
I won't
can't
put
even
some
catch a
straight.
fish, nigga.
I won't put some straightening on
How
something.
you got bigger fish?
All right, so as you see how Ronald Jones came up there, he said his little things that he had to say to the different people on the panel, started trying to sun the little window dude, and now he's actually getting ready to transition the conversation. So watch how he transitions the conversation here.
Why you can't catch a fish, nigga?
Catch
Huh?
what?
Huh?
You listen. Do you even know how to make ramen noodles?
Oh my
Ramen
goodness,
noodles?
bro.
Do you know how to make ramen noodles?
Are you asking me, do I know how to cook?
No, I'm asking if you know how to make
Yeah,
noodles.
you ain't get you, bro.
Hey, super, I gotta put some straightening on
Hey, bro, you
something.
sound super soft right now, bro.
I want to put some straightening on this
Man,
false narrative, which I
perpetuated,
addressed it
man.
earlier on a different content creator
Nigga.
platform.
The
Well,
fuck
With
false
this false
narrative.
narrative that I rock with Biz, Biz and
You all
Garrett.
right?
What's up with it?
You all right?
All right, so what the fuck are we doing here? False narrative that he rocks with Biz and Garrett. Everybody knows that he rocks with Biz and Garrett. Like, why is Ronald acting like him rocking with Biz and Garrett is some surprise to anybody? He's on their panel all the time with them. Just because they're going over certain people, well, that's kind of rocking with them if you hit their panel all the time to talk to them about whatever it is they're talking about. So, yeah, people believe because of the way that you carry yourself that you rock with Biz and Garrett.
You all right?
Okay.
No, it's not true, Flip.
No, it's Flip. Yeah.
It's not true because I mean,
You
I
still
don't.
a
I
hoe.
mean, I don't rock with Biz, and everybody knows why I don't rock with Biz
Okay.
because
Ignore me. That's the best thing to do, ho.
one of his charges. But I mean, what people fail to realize.
So he said he doesn't rock with Biz because of one of his charges, yet he will hit Biz's link repeatedly. I don't understand how you feel like that would not be considered you rocking with the person if you repeatedly hit their link. Like, I don't rock with Biz. I never even see when Biz goes live because I am not subscribed to Biz. I don't specifically have him blocked, but I'm not subscribed to him, and I never see when he goes live. So all of those makeovers or whatever, I've never seen any of them. I only see whenever Sis reviews it. Because I'm not subscribed to Biz, I'm not going to see him go live. And if he does, I'm not going over there to click it, to see it. So, yeah.
Realizes if I agree with somebody, I mean, if Biz is right on some things and I agree with him, that's just what it is.
Where does he ever been right on some stuff?
Well, when he talk about the Wabbits, he's
My
right
bad,
about that.
Super. My bad, Super.
So Ronald Jones is doing what he normally does, and the enemy of my enemy is my friend. You know, he's out there just looking for people to be on the same side as him in some kind of made up war that he has going on with. He claims with the Wabbits, even though he hits Siz's link all the time as well. So I don't really understand what his deal is that he acts like he's in some kind of war, some continuous war with the Wabbits. It's deeper salute. But at the same time, he doesn't know where he wants to be. It doesn't make any sense. He'll hit Siz's link, he'll hit Biz's link, claim not to rock with any of them, but get up there wanting to play niceties with them on their panel.
So
Why you
you agree
apologize?
with wait a minute, you agree with a predator, somebody that got these kind of charges, just because you don't like somebody else? Like, what are you saying, Ronald? That don't make sense. I thought you
Yeah.
said keep
So
it real.
no, well, no,
That don't make sense. That's
I
what we
do like.
talking about.
So
Nobody
the
cares about
common
the real.
denominator is yes, he is a predator. Okay, I don't agree with that part. But
Well, it's
what the
nothing else
predator
after
was
that.
saying about the rabbits,
It's
but what
nothing
the
else
predator was
after
saying
that.
about yeah.
You can feel how you want to about the wabbits. You can feel however you want to. What I'm saying is, I'm not rocking with nobody that would do no shit like dude did. Y'all don't understand. Y'all act like y'all don't get it. That when somebody do this, what that man did, they got victims. He got victims. You don't know how it has affected their lives. And you
No,
would team up with somebody like that and agree with them just because you don't like the wabbits? Man, fuck out of here with that.
no,
That shit.
no, no.
And see, that's that fake shit. That right there is that fake shit Super's calling out. She's like, you fake for wanting to team up with somebody who you know has all of this stuff on their record, and you want to team up with them just because you don't like somebody that they don't like as well. Nah, bruh. That's fake. People are going to see that as fake, and therefore, same way we're talking about the Outlaw Anthony situation, going to see you as fake because you are using that as your reason and excuse for going over there and rocking with him. Yes, we consider you what you're doing to be rocking with him. You're using that as your reason and excuse for it. So yeah, we see you as fake.
See,
You sound
so
stupid. It
okay,
wasn't
so
the first time I'm
okay,
gonna
no,
tell you
no,
that.
no, no, no.
You sound
So
crazy.
now you're forcing me to look like I'm defending Biz. So now let me put some
No,
screen up.
I'm not.
So forcing. He said, you're forcing me to look like I'm defending Biz. Nobody was forcing him to do anything. He was choosing to go up there because, as I said, Ronald is the one who spun this conversation to even being anything talking about Biz. He said he wanted to put some straightening on people saying that he rocks with Garrick and Biz. Everybody can see that you rock with Garrick and Biz. Now you're up there saying that she's forcing you to look like you're defending Biz. No, you're choosing to defend Biz. That's what you're doing.
You
First
came
of all,
up here
he's only a
saying
sex
that.
offender. He never did.
And that right there is the motherfucking thing that's where he lost all his credibility with everybody right there.
You forcing me to look like I'm defending Biz. So now let me put some
No,
screen up.
I'm not. You
First
came
of all,
up here
he's only a
saying
sex
that.
offender.
Ronald. How could you even let those words come out of your mouth? How could you let the words, he is only a sex offender, come out of your mouth? Lavelle Hampton, salute to you. Good Sunday morning to you, brother. How could you let those words come out of your mouth? Let's hear it again.
So now you're forcing me to look like I'm defending Biz. So now let me put some screen
No,
up.
I'm not. You came up
He's
here
only a
saying
sex
that.
offender. He never did.
Did you just say that, Ronald?
So you see, Miss Cocoa Box is listening closely. She ain't said a word this whole time Ronald and Super's talking. But she heard that shit very clearly. And she came off of mute for that shit. Because she could not handle hearing that. Because nobody in their right mind could handle hearing that. He is only a sex offender. Hey, Ronald, do you know what it means to be a sex offender? I don't think you do. I don't think you know what it means to be a sex offender. So let's help you understand what it means to be a sex offender, Ronald. Since you don't seem to know, let's help you understand what it means. Because you are out of your motherfucking mind to let those words ever come out of your mouth. So, y'all know we going to go to our trusty Webster's dictionary. We grew up on this shit. It's been good enough. It's going to be good enough now. If y'all want to use a different dictionary and a different definition, go right ahead. But we going to use Webster's because that's what the fuck we grew up on, and it was good enough to get us to where we are. What is a sex offender, Ronald Jones? A person who has been convicted of a crime involving sex. Right? A crime
involving sex. You know what a crime is. I don't need to break down what a crime is for anybody. We all know what it is to commit a crime. You know, an act that harms some other person or entity, something to that effect. You know, harmful. So, sex offender. They committed a crime involving sex. That's not an only in any form of the word. Not an only. Now, a little earlier, you admitted whenever Super or someone called him a predator. You said, yeah, he is a predator. Now, you're backtracking on it again, but you did say, yeah, he is a predator. I'm trying to prove to you that he is more than a sex offender. There's a whole lot of words we can use to describe him that are all accurate. Because a sex offender is a person who, you know, commits a crime involving sex, right? Well, here's a predator, one who injures or exploits others for personal gain. Exploiting another for personal gain. I think taking sex away from another person or doing something sexual to another person without their will is exploiting them, you know, for your own personal gain. It could possibly injure them depending on who the person is. But they put it together, sexual predator. We already know that he's a sexual offender. Could he be a sexual predator? A person who has committed a sexually violent offense, and especially one who is likely to commit more sexual offenses. Do we know that he has not committed a sexually violent offense? The way he acts, the way he carries himself, the way he talks towards women especially, it's not hard for me to believe that he could be likely to commit additional offenses of any nature towards a woman. But do we know for a fact that he has not committed any sexually violent offenses? Well, Ronald Jones seems to feel like he does because he's only been to court on 2 of them. Well, Ronald Jones, one thing that I want to help you to fucking understand is that how many of the times did you go to jail, Ronald Jones? How many times were you locked up by the cops for something they caught you doing? Think about it. Ask yourself, how many times did the cops catch you doing something that actually led to criminal charges against you? Now, after you've answered that question for yourself, Ronald Jones, ask yourself another fucking question. How many times did you do that same shit and get away with it and nobody caught you? How many times did you do the same shit that the cops caught you for and pressed charges against you for, and nobody knew that you did it other than maybe the person you did it to, the person you committed the crime against that didn't tell on you, that didn't lead to any fucking charges? So if this predatory motherfucker that you like to go around YouTube defending got caught twice doing this shit, got away with it twice, had to plead to a lesser charge on the second one because they found out about the first one and was about to run his ass up north for 15 fucking years, but you're okay with fucking hanging out with him. How many times did that motherfucker get away with it and nobody ever knew he did it? How many times did he go farther? How many times did he really take pussy and nobody told? How many times was the victim of it so basically a person with nobody to go to, because that's all of the people that he associates with, because he's a person with nobody to fucking go to. So that's all he associates with is young girls who don't have nobody to go to. How many of them has he fucking taken advantage of and they never told anybody? You hang out with pieces of shit because you are a piece of shit. You make excuses for him because you are the same type of piece of shit he is. He's a piece of shit just like Kwame's a piece of shit. But, he's right every once in a while. You sound fucking stupid. You're making excuses for a fucking predator. That's what you're doing. You're protecting a fucking predator. Ronald Jones. You protect predators. Name Biz 101. Because you don't know how many times that motherfucker did it and got away with it. And it could have been somebody in your motherfucking family, stupid. Stupid ass. Always want to make excuses for these motherfuckers. Shit pissing me off. Making excuses for a fucking predator. You know he's a fucking predator. You can tell the way he talks to women, he's a fucking predator. And you want to make excuses for him. Oh, he's only a sex offender. You sound fucking just as dumb as you look. He's a fucking predator. He's probably a sexual predator. You don't fucking know to speak against it. I believe he's done a whole bunch of shit none of us know about. I believe that motherfucker has raped fucking young girls. Yeah, I said it. I believe it. I'm allowed to fucking believe it. That's what I believe that motherfucker has done. And you and Kwame and all the rest of you motherfuckers going around letting him live and protecting him when he should be the fucking bottom of the fucking barrel. Murderers don't even respect motherfuckers like that in prison. Y'all going around here protecting them. The fuck we doing? The fuck we doing? Murderers don't even respect pieces of shit like that in prison. Yet out here, y'all protecting him? Don't know how many other fucking people he's had as victims? Just because he didn't get caught? Oh, he only got one on his record. Fuck his record. How many you got on your record? And how many don't you have on your record that you got away with, motherfucker? Piece of shit. No, Ronald ain't the only one. Everybody out there protecting that motherfucker today and knows everything they know about him. But Ronald the one that's hitting links to do it. Ronald the one running around hitting fucking links talking about he need to get some straightening on his rocking with Biz and Garrett. Stop carrying your motherfucking ass over there and nobody would say that. That's the only reason anybody can say that is because you keep carrying your fucking ass over there. So as long as you go over there, yeah, you fucking rock with Biz and Garrick. You protect that fucking predator because you go to other people's fucking panels and hit links talking about Biz and Garrick. You protecting fucking predators. So fuck you. You're a predator right along with them. Woman beater. You're a predator right along with them. Woman beater. You want to get away with your shit, so you want to make sure they get away with their shit. You can't call him a fucking rapist because he's just going to call you a woman beater. That makes both of y'all pieces of shit towards women. Fuck we doing here? Let's keep defining shit. Since this motherfucker think he's only a sexual offender, let's keep defining shit. What is a pedophile? One affected with pedophilia. Well, that's not that very fucking descriptive. So what is pedophilia? Sexual perversion in which children are the preferred sexual object. These girls were underage. These girls were underage. A pedophile is someone affected with pedophilia. Pedophilia is sexual perversion in which children are the preferred sexual object. What are we doing here? We already know that Biz has a psychiatric disorder. That motherfucker Ben looks slow. There's actually a psychiatric version of it, which is a disorder in which adult has sexual fantasies about or engages in sexual acts with prepubescent child. So you see, there are two different things. There's the psychiatric disorder, or there's just the general pedophilia, which that pedophile over there who likes to fucking prey on young girls has. That's why he was fucking hanging out with them. That's why he was getting audio of them. That's why they knew him so well. Shout out to Jersey in the building. Shout out to Steady Grinder for being a member for 7 months. So this is what you're protecting. Saying that he's only a sexual offender. As if that's not bad enough. You know what he also is? Ronald Jones, and what you might be as well, somebody who doesn't take accountability. What is accountability? You might not know this term because you don't seem to exhibit any of it. The quality or state of being accountable, especially an obligation or willingness to accept responsibility
or to account for one's actions. To this fucking day, Biz has not accepted responsibility or accounted for his actions. He's still acting like he's the victim. He wants to play fucking audios of him talking to young girls who know him, underage girls who know him very well because they hang out with him all the fucking time. He won't take accountability for his actions with those girls. For his actions as an adult hanging out with those girls. Probably providing alcohol to those underage girls. Probably doing all kinds of shit with those underage girls. You know, pedophilic type of shit. Shout out to Mamie Sweet Wine. Good morning to you. Right, Lavelle Hampton. The playing that tape just made him look worse and like a predator trying to manipulate young girls. That's the only way I saw that tape. Is him, a predator, adult man, trying to manipulate some young girls who are being led by their parents to say, stay away from this motherfucker. He means you no good. But they young, they hot, fresh in the pants. They like the attention from an older guy. I went to high school with girls who liked college age guys. Like the attention from them. So yeah, they're young girls. They may be 15 or whatever. They don't know no better. They see this dude, he 20, 21, whatever. He giving them attention. He riding in a car. All of this shit that they think they want. It's easy to manipulate the mind of a young girl when you're a grown man. He don't understand that. Exactly, not worth it. Breaking the law again, recording the kids without their consent. I said that the other day when Sis was playing it. Did them girls know they were being recorded? Probably not. Were their parents made aware that they were being recorded? Probably not. Because they might not have even been of the age to give consent. I don't know how old those girls are. Were they even of the age to give consent? I know their names. I don't know how old they were at the time. But they may not have even been of the age to give consent. Their parents may have needed to give consent on their behalf. But this stupid motherfucker don't understand that. He just out here recording them, thinking that that's going to help him. The real question is, why do these girls know you so well? Why do you have such an association with these girls when you ask them to say their name because you're trying to get it on their record? They saying, you know my name. You don't know my name? Because you've been with them so fucking long. You damn sure know their names. You knew where to find them. And you knew that if you pulled up on them, it wasn't going to be anything where they ran for cover. So accountability. You got to take responsibility or account for your actions. And until you do so, we're just going to continue to see you as the predator you are. And we're probably going to continue to see that because your actions have shown such. There's been no rehabilitation in you. He likes to say, I got kids, blah, blah, blah. Having kids just means you were able to have sex with a woman who was able to fertilize an egg. That's all having kids means. It doesn't mean that you've grown up in any way. It doesn't mean that you've matured in any way. It doesn't mean that you won't go out here and take some more pussy. There's plenty of rapists who have children. Shit, there's people out here who rape their own children. What the fuck does having kids have to do with anything? It has not changed anything about you. It has not changed your behavior. It has not changed the way you see women as objects. You see women as objects to do what you want when you're ready. And if they don't want to give it to you, you're going to take it. And they just need to deal with it and shut up about it. Because they're objects of your desire. So, as long as you continue to think that way, act that way, treat women that way, no one's going to believe that you have had any form of rehabilitation, even with 18 years on the sexual registry. You had 3 additional years than they actually even gave you. And still nobody believes that you've had any form of rehabilitation. So let's go back to this video and hear that again. Hear the response of how they respond to Ronald Jones saying that Biz is only a sex offender. And then we're going to move to the next video.
So he said it multiple times. Even when they Miss Coco Box like, oh, did you just say that, Ronald? And them of us said, yeah, and then said it again. Flip is it got Flip baffled too. He's starting to say something, but he let Miss Coco Box have, the lead on it. So you see it got him fucked up a little bit too. You see what I'm saying? All of that reaction comes from that type of a statement because that's just an unacceptable statement by any reasonable person. Y'all ain't got no sound? Oh, shit. Hold up. My bad. Let me bring it down and then reshare it. My bad. Got sound now.
You don't need no dog.
You can't come up here talking about he only a sex
That's
offender.
crazy work.
You just had a fucking baby and you talking about only a sex offender. Y'all niggas weird as fuck. Y'all.
Man,
That nigga can't come up here no more. That's how he
All right, let me
feels.
rewind it back a
Just
little
because
bit. My bad, y'all.
With this false narrative that I rock with Biz, Biz and Garrett. What's up with it?
You are? You are?
Okay.
No, it's not true, Flip.
No, it's Flip. Yeah.
I went back too far.
I mean, what people feel to realize what it is.
Where does he ever write on?
That don't make sense.
What was saying about the rabbits?
It's not like dude did. Y'all come up with somebody like that.
Now you're forcing me to look like I'm defending Biz. So now let me put some
Grand Rising, Mika.
I'm not. You came up
he's
here.
He's only a sex offender. He never did.
Did you just say that, Ronald?
Well, yeah. He's only a sex offender.
Wait a minute.
Hold the
What the, a motherfucker with kids is saying, Ronald, do you know that nigga was on the same registry as my uncle?
Well,
like, what the what?
What did you say?
Only a sex offender.
Only a sex offender.
What type of weird ass shit is that? That's some weird ass shit, my nigga.
Man, I dropped him for saying that shit.
Ain't no motherfucking way in hell that would sit up here and say no dumb ass shit like that. No shit like that.
That ain't flying.
I was sleeping. I heard that shit. I'm like,
what the fuck?
Dang, that
It's like I was saying, that type of statement, only a sex offender, is going to get that type of response from any reasonable person. That's why you got that type of response from Miss Coco Box, from Flip. That's why Super went ahead and dropped you, because that's just unacceptable. That's just unacceptable speech from any reasonable person that's not out here protecting a sex offender. That type of stuff is what leads us to believe you are protecting a sex offender. Now, I know eventually Ronald Jones, after he got dropped, he decided that he was going to go live on his own. We're going to get to that in 1 minute. So, Ronald Jones protecting Biz. He got up there. He said that he felt like they were almost forcing him to protect Biz, even though there was no force there. He got up there on his own and decided to protect Biz. But Ronald Jones is not the only one who protects Biz. We know this. There are other Biz protectors out there. So let's look at another Biz protector really quickly. Shout out to GWB. Y'all make sure y'all subscribe to GWB. GWB caught a clip of another Biz protector on Kev Lowe's panel. And this Biz protector, doesn't really have an excuse for why he protects Biz. He just does. I don't know if they really do have some kind of weird relationship going on, the way Biz was looking into his eyes, and they like to meet up all the time at hotels and shit. But let's listen to what this Biz protector had to say. This is a short little clip from GWB. Shout out to GWB.
So 15 questions. We got one question. After seeing all these allegations and paperwork, will you link up with Biz again? Honest opinion, honest answer.
I don't know what y'all problem is with Biz so much. What y'all infatuation with Biz? If y'all don't fuck
That nigga
with
is
the
sex
don't
offender.
fuck
That's
with
the infatuation. What the fuck?
Hold on, wait. We just asked, bro. Whoa, slow down.
But that's a weird question. Like, that's a weird question because I don't give a fuck
But
that
just
you an outlaw
answer it.
Anthony.
How you
Harris.
don't give a fuck and you got daughters?
I said I don't give a fuck if
How
you
you
an
don't
outlaw
give a fuck
Anthony.
and you got daughters?
This nigga ain't even listening.
That's
If you
weird,
listen to
bro.
what I
That's
said,
weird, bro.
if you
Kwame,
listen
come
to what
on,
I
bro. So that
said,
ain't
you
weird,
wouldn't
my
ask
nigga.
that question.
So
I
that's
wouldn't
not
be
weird.
finished yelling. When you finish yelling, you could hear
All
my
right,
my
all right.
response, and you wouldn't even ask me that question if you wasn't yelling like a baby mama. What I said was, I don't give a fuck if you and Anthony hang out, so why would you be asking me that? That's weird. And then you keep
I'm not a
yelling,
sex
how you
offender.
gonna give a fuck when you got daughters?
I'm not a
How you gonna
sex
give a fuck when
offender.
you got daughters? I don't give a
I'm
fuck if
not a
my
sex
daughters don't got
offender,
nothing to do
sir.
with y'all two niggas hanging out.
Kwame, I'm not a sex offender, sir.
He's not either.
He won't.
Whoa, 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 whoa. Whoa, 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 whoa. So, Ronald Jones, another reason why some of your responses and the way you've been acting around this whole biz situation makes people look at you sideways and makes someone like me feel like you're a Kwamite, even though you like to go around calling everybody else Kwamites, because you go to Kwame's chat. I haven't been in Kwame's chat in a couple years now at this point. But you go over there, you know what he's talking about, and you hit the link, shit like that over there. But you were going around saying something very similar to what Kwame just said right there, saying that Biz is not a sex offender. Because you tried to make it out as if the fact that he is no longer on the list means anything. For Kwame to say Biz is not a sex offender, no, fuck that. That's a box that once you check, you don't get to uncheck it. Whether or not you're on that registry still or not does not have anything to do with the fact of you sex offending a person. Once you commit a sex offense against a person, you are a sex offender forever for the rest of your fucking days, whether you even caught or not. Once you commit a sex offense on a person, you are a sex offender for the rest of your days because that person is a victim of that sex offense for the rest of their days. That T is in the building. Salute. So for him to say Biz is not a sex offender, that again helps me understand some of the weird ass logic that they have over there in Bus Life to think that because he is no longer on the list means he is not a sex offender. That is not what that means at all. That means he just doesn't have to register anymore. That ain't got shit to do with whether or not he's a sex offender. He's absolutely a sex offender, caught 2 times and probably committed who knows how many fucking times.
I don't give a fuck when you got daughters. I don't give a fuck if my daughters don't got nothing to do with y'all two niggas hanging out.
Kwame, I'm not a sex offender, sir.
He's not either.
He won't on that list?
Is he on the list right now?
No.
Okay,
Was he
y'all
on
niggas
the
just
list
want to
previous?
keep over talking
Was he
everybody.
on the list at all? Was he on the
Yelling
list?
and shit.
Was he on the list?
Fake
What you
ass
doing like that? Was
detective.
he on the list?
Y'all got. Why don't you ask him that?
Was he on the list?
I'm not here to stand trial for no other man, nigga.
That's your
The fuck
homeboy.
wrong with y'all? Y'all
All right,
niggas
Kwame.
is weird.
No,
You met that man.
wait. Slow down.
Y'all niggas is weird as
Wait.
fuck, man.
Because you know what he gonna do. All right, Kwame, you get to ask a question. We gonna take turns.
Y'all asking the wrong type of nigga.
All
A
right, you
bitch
answered
lied
our
on me.
question.
That's your
Wait.
Listen.
You
This is
didn't
what I'm
answer our
saying.
question yet,
This is
bro.
what I'm saying. Let me answer y'all without a nigga yelling like a baby mama.
That's what I'm saying. Let's do it.
Y'all asking the wrong type of nigga, dog. I don't believe all women. A woman lied on me, nigga, that I never touched. It was in the paper. Then when the police get involved, they said, where the rape kit at? They try to do one. It was nothing. So
So Kwame's reason for protecting the predator Biz is that a woman lied on him that he never touched. How is that your reasoning for protecting Biz when in the paperwork, Biz admits to touching this woman who he's already lied and said that he didn't touch? Then he pled to the lesser charge, something that you couldn't stand Charlemagne the God for doing. You called him lesser charge. Now you're hanging with the lesser charge. How does any of this work for you, Kwame? How does any of this make sense and you not look at yourself as a hypocrite? Your number one person over there is a lesser charge ass motherfucker who did some shit, admitted to the cops that he did some shit, but tried to spin the story in a way that made him look okay. And just because you claim some woman lied on you, now he falls into that same category. Let me ask you, what did this woman, so to speak, that did these things to Biz that you're putting in a category. So you're claiming that these girls have lied on Biz. What did they have to gain? Biz ain't got no money. He didn't have no money at the time. So what did they have to gain by lying on him? He admitted to doing shit. So where's their lie? But that's the excuse that he uses for protection of a predator. That's what he wants to use for his excuse to protect a predator because some woman he claims did something to him.
Y'all without a nigga yelling like a baby mama.
That's what I'm saying. Let's do it. Let's do it.
Y'all asking the wrong type of nigga, dog. I don't believe all women. A woman lied on me, nigga, that I never touched. It was in the paper. Then when the police get involved, they said, where the rape kit at? They try to do one. It was nothing. So I'm not.
And here's the new narrative. So this is the narrative that Kwame and Biz worked on together, y'all. The rape kit narrative. They worked on that one together. They said, all right, so we got these stories. The way that we're going to basically pass these stories off on the people is to talk about rape kits. Why? Because most of the people listening don't know anything about a rape kit unless they have experienced a rape kit, being performed on them, or they've been some way involved in the medical field or maybe involved in law enforcement. But most of these people don't understand what a rape kit is, what the purpose of a rape kit is, what a rape kit is actually used to identify, right? So, sexual assault is multiple things. It's not just penetrating someone and, all of that stuff, right? So, and we know, all of us are adults, we know that sex is multiple things. Sex can mean multiple things, right? So, what Kwame and Biz and these people who want to go to rape kit argument want everybody to believe is that because there was no evidence of their semen inside of said victim, that means they're innocent. That means they didn't do anything. They didn't touch her because there was no evidence of their semen inside of that victim. Now, any person whose anatomy works properly understands that semen is a portion of the sexual experience, not the entire sexual experience, correct? I mean, I just know how I understand anatomy to work, the male anatomy specifically. The semen, the depositing of semen, all of that type of stuff is normally just a portion of the experience. Yeah, I understand we exchange fluids and stuff like that, but the regular depositing of semen is normally a portion of the experience, right? If that portion of the experience is not realized during the experience, then there may be an absence of said element, such as semen, right? I also know that there are ways to protect from the exchange of bodily fluids. So if that type of protection is used to protect from the exchange of bodily fluids, then said element, such as semen, is not going to be present. So, rape kit testing for semen is not present. That does not mean that nothing was done to this person, because a rape kit tests for other things. Yeah, they look in there and see if there's any scratches and tearing, if there's basically evidence that suggests that penetration happened in the, because a rape kit, for it to actually be of any value, it has to be done within a certain amount of time of the rape happening. You can't get raped and then wait a fucking couple days and expect a rape kit to produce anything, So they look for evidence of penetration. They look for evidence of bodily fluids. They look for evidence of, if there's any scratching or anything based on the story. Of course, they're going to hear a story from this, try to hear a story from this person first. They may collect clothes, underwear. They may, if they see scratching on the body, they may collect skin samples. They may collect fingernail samples if she says she scratched the perpetrator. You know, they may collect samples from underneath her fingernails. All types of stuff like that go into a rape kit. And what a rape kit is typically going to determine is going to say conclusive or inconclusive. Now, conclusive means that they can determine that this specific person is the person who committed the offense. Typically, they're going to find that from, again, semen, skin samples, things like that, that they can match this DNA up to a person, you know, or if the victim knows a person's name and then they got that sample and they can match the stuff, then, you know, they'll say this is conclusive for such and such with such and such. Or they can say it's conclusive for, you know, sexual penetration, whatever. K20 EP1, salute. They can also say it's inconclusive, meaning that we can't prove specifically with evidence that it actually occurred. There's a whole bunch of things like that, but inconclusive does not mean that you're innocent. It does not mean that no rape occurred. It does not mean anything. It just means that they can't specifically pin it to this specific person is the one who did it. That's all that is saying. So all of these ones wanting to say that the rape kit, don't let them get that over on you about what the purpose of the rape kit is. The purpose of the rape kit is not necessarily to hook, line, and sinker say this person did it. Because even with that inconclusive rape kit, they can use the information and the evidence gathered from that to still run a motherfucker like Biz up the river, as you can see, because he had it in his history. He had a history of doing it. He said that his rape kit basically didn't show anything, you know? So don't let them get away with the shit thinking that they're just going to run this whole rape kit narrative on you. And that's all that you need to hear to say that they didn't do it. Because it serves more purpose than that. And there's still a victim out there who more than likely experienced something. Because 9 times out of 10, it ain't no story like the 7-foot giraffe has claiming that the woman made up the story and all of that shit. I don't know. I don't know that story. I didn't get into the details of that story. But this Biz shit, we've gotten into the details of this one. And something happened. Biz says it himself.
I'm not the type of nigga that believe all women. Nigga, that's what y'all do. I'm not doing that.
And then the end of it, they like to throw the narrative on there that it's about believing all women. This is not about believing all women at all. It's not about believing all women. Because all people lie, all people, you know, regardless of their gender. Pick and choose TV, Slim in the building. Shout out to Slim. It ain't about believing all women. It's about believing believable women. It's about believing a woman who has evidence to support what she's saying. That's what it's about. It's about believing victims. And if you listen to someone like a Kwame Brown, he will lead you to believe that there are no victims out here in the world. Well, I don't believe that. I believe there are definitely victims out here in the world. I believe he's been a person to make victims, to create victims out here in the world. So let's listen really quickly because I think it's important. Shout out to Sis for getting this, for enhancing this, and for making it available to all of us. Let's listen to some audio that I think it is very important for us to document. Because these are some victims who are probably being recorded unknowing to them, who are some girls who are probably under the age of 18 talking to a boy who is over the age of 20, and he is victimizing them in this very moment during all of this audio we're about to listen to. So let's just listen. So listening to this, Biz is trying to play the victim to these girls. This is my life. Why they coming at me? Because I did this. The Beef Sector Podcast, salute. He's trying to play victim to these young girls, trying to play on their hearts, make it sound like, you know, there's something that they can do to reverse the course of actions. He's already taken a plea at this time. He already knows that he's going on the sex offender registry, all of that stuff. But he's trying to play on the heart of these girls and victimize them after they've already been victims of him dealing with them. He's victimizing them again. This, had it been back then and this been brought to the court, they probably would have taken his ass back to court, revoked his plea deal, and sent his ass up the river because they see that he is still not even willing to stay away from the very young girls that he was accused for being involved with. Real talk. 18, 20 years ago, however long ago it was when this stuff was actually adjudicated, if he went and got this video, this recording way back then, right at that time, and the court would have gotten a hold of this, had them girls went and told their parents, you know, that guy that we was in court with, he came and talked to us today. If they would have went and told the court that probably would have been a violation of something. Because I don't know if he was on probation at the time. He probably had no contact orders with those girls. I'm sure that was probably a part of his stuff, is to have no contact with at least specific ones. I don't know if it was those ones, but I'm sure as a part of his order and registering on the sex offender list and all that shit was probably no contact with them. And see, Biz is trying to make it out. He said the cops are the one. He trying to make it like the cops are specifically making these girls say stuff. No, what the cops are doing is making these girls be honest when they talk. They're not making them say anything specific. They're just making them be honest. They want to try to feel sorry for him and not tell their honest story. And the cop is saying, no, don't fucking feel sorry for him. Be honest and tell the story. That, you know, of what happened. That's what's happening there. See, the girl saying, yeah, we were with him that day, but nothing happened. Why were these young girls ever with Biz? Kwame, why were these young girls ever with Biz? Huh? Oh, they lied on him. They lied. Why were they ever with him? He ain't got no problem with the fact that they were with him. They're underage, but they were with him on that day. They claim nothing happened, but they were with him on that day. Why were they with him? And so Biz is so fucking stupid at the time. That motherfucker said, yo, y'all need to say something to court. Knowing that, number one, he had already taken the plea and court was over. But had those girls listened to him and went to the court and said something, that would have had his dumb ass back in court, but for some new charges. He would have been back in court on some new charges for even going and talking to them girls and recording this stuff. Had them girls actually took his advice and went and said something to the cop or to the courts, that would have had him back in court on some new charges. Probably, instead of being on that sex offender list, his ass probably would have been in prison. And then once he got out, had to get on the sex offender list. But he's stupid.
What is wrong with that?
He's asking them to put stuff in writing. He's already recording them without them knowing, more than likely. And he's talking about, will y'all put that in writing? He's just stupid. This is all after he's taken the plea. So any of this contact that he's making with them is more than likely illegal. So he's trying to manipulate them still. They should have said something back then in the courtroom. The judge kicked them out because one of them was laughing. Because, see, these two girls that Biz is talking to now, they're the ones who didn't take it that serious. They may not be the ones that he actually touched. So they're not taking it as serious as the other girl. The other girl got her parents on her side. See, these two girls Biz is talking to, they may not have the parents in their life the same way that other girl does. The other girl that got her parents in their life, they're like, oh no, we taking this all the way. He touched you, we going all the way. Well, I don't want you around him. See, this other girl, she's probably 15, 14, 15 as well. And her parents found out that this 20-year-old creep has been picking her up and driving her around and stuff like that. And her parents probably didn't like her messing with these other two little girls anyways. They probably little fast-ass girls out there in the street and shit. So he just fucked with the wrong one. And the parents caught his creepy ass up. And this is what he gets. Because he's stupid. Hey, Biz, did you ever get it in writing? You still got those letters? You held on to the recording. Did you hold on to those letters as well? Yeah, Lavelle, I agree. He's documented and people trying to act like it's just an allegation. And I think there's a whole bunch of other cases out there that he just didn't even get accused of. He can't tell me the 2 times he did something or the 2 times he got caught. The only 2 times he did it, he got caught. That's what y'all want me to believe? Is that the only 2 times that he fucked around with girls and was taking pussy and all of that, he got caught. Every other time he did it, he just, he didn't do it any other times, is what y'all want me to believe. He never did it any other time. Just those 2 times when he got caught. I don't believe it. Right, Magruder. It should have been stranger danger, but he knew him. They knew him, he knew them. So that's why I want no stranger danger of this dude pulling up on him. You said there's 16 missing right now from Milwaukee is messing with a grown-ass man. Exactly. These girls don't understand when they fit 14, 15, 16, and these dudes that's 20 rolling up on them, and yeah, he still got a baby face and all of that shit. They don't understand the intentions. And when he kidnaps your ass, takes away all of your contact with your people, and you turn into his sex slave, and then he starts selling your ass out to the homies, then what? Then what? Where was I 2 years ago? Not rocking with Biz. I've never rocked with Biz. Not a fucking day. I've never rocked with Biz. So, yeah. Where was I 2 years ago? Rocking with Sister T. The video I showed earlier was from 2 years ago with the Johnny Blaze shit and all of that. That's where I was 2 years ago. Damn sure was not rocking with Biz. Ever. Wasn't rocking with Biz before all of the allegations came out.
And see, Biz is so fucking stupid, right? We know Biz is stupid from his first court case up in Connecticut, where he basically admitted to all of this shit, but then he wants to come here and lie to us, right? Yeah, Lavelle, he asked for them to help him out, right? But see, here's how I know Biz is stupid. His dumb ass was getting played by the cops, right? They knew he did some shit, but he, just like he does with us, how y'all imagine Biz was with the cops? If Biz comes on here with us and he doesn't say shit until you tell him what you know, and then once you tell him what you know, he'll start to try to tell a different story to cover it up and not let you get to some additional shit that he knows that you haven't said yet. What Biz will do is, you said you don't know who's worse, Biz or Deron B? How's Deron B compared to Biz, Magruder? I don't understand the reference or the comparison. But Biz dumbass got played by the cops. He told on himself. Exactly, Uncle L. He tells on himself all the time, and he told on himself with the cop too. Oh, for loving KB. Gotcha. The cops told Biz basically that all of the girls knew him. They've all already identified him. They identified you by your tattoos, man. You don't need to lie to me. All of these girls, look, I don't know their names. I'm just Lisa, Angela, Pamela, Renee. I love you from around the way. All of them identified you by your tattoos, bro. You don't need to lie to me. I done gave you their names. You know their names. You know Lisa, Angela, Pamela, and Renee. You know they all young girls. You know they all hang together. They all told me you got that tattoo right there on your shoulder. They told me the specific thing. They all described it. So you might as well go ahead and tell me what's going on, because they all described to me your tattoo. All four of them. They said they know you from around the way. Lisa, Angela, Pamela, Renee, they all described your tattoo and said they know you from around the way. So don't even lie to me, bro. And then Biz started talking. But he talked just a little bit, you know. Yeah, all right, so yeah, I know them. They some little girls on the block or whatever, but I don't be fucking with them. They just some little shorties on the block. You know, I live down there. I used to be down there. You know, I got a homie, so I'm over there all the time. You know, so I got a homie over there, so I'm over there all the time. You know, they see me riding through. Yeah, some little blah, blah, blah. You know, yeah, I know who they are, blah, blah, blah. Oh, but just a minute ago, you told me you didn't even know who they were. You said you don't even know no girls from over there. You said you ain't even been over there before. Now you telling me you know who they are because I done told you that they've all identified you by your tattoo. One of them may have identified them by the tattoo, not all four. But see, Biz and them, these cops they were talking about, they weren't street cops. Those were investigators. Those were investigators that were calling those girls in and telling those girls, no, you need to tell the story, because those girls were subpoenaed to court to tell their story. And if they lied in court, they could be charged with shit. That's why them cops are telling them, no, don't be feeling sorry for him. Get up there, and when they ask you the questions, you answer the questions truthfully. Don't lie because you feel sorry for him. Those were investigators doing that. It's investigators and people like that who do witness prep for the prosecution, you know, and the lawyers and investigators, because they're the ones asking you the questions. They know the story that you've told them. TNA Travels 2.0, salute. But yeah, so they got played by the investigators who, you know, obviously knew all of the story from all of the different sides, because they're the ones interviewing everybody, asking all of the questions. Bring Biz dumbass up in there and tell him that all these girls have already identified you by your tattoos. Such and such told us that you did this, this, and this with her. She said that the other two were there whenever you picked them up all the time on these specific dates. You know, they got him. And then he get to telling his story because he's now going into cover-up mode. All right, how can I throw him off the track? All right, I'm going to tell him this, this, and this. It encompasses all of the details that they just gave me, but leaves out this other shit that incriminates me. Anthony, you were doing that same thing when it came to your shit. Telling people all the stuff that they gave you that, you know, you knew everybody already knew. You was agreeing to that shit and weaving that shit within your story, but keeping out the actual real shit. You know, so that's what Biz was doing. But Anthony, like I said, you want to keep comparing your situation to Biz's situation. You keep on saying at least you're not a sexual offender and all that, and I agree. But since you want to keep comparing the two, let's compare how you're acting compared to the way that Biz has acted. And see, he's trying to play on our hearts again. It's not fair, yo. It's not fair. They trying to lock me up. I'm going to have to register as a sex offender. Biz, how many people had you offended at this point before they finally caught up with you? Because don't forget, it's all in the paperwork, y'all. Y'all can all go look at the paperwork in Fairfax County. Like I said, when you type in his name in, just make sure that you type it in different ways. Because sometimes he has extra R's in there. Sometimes he has less R's. He has a bunch of aliases up in that area. But it ain't going to be hard for you to find when you search up in that area his shit. It has it has the girls' names in it. All of that stuff. But he's trying to play on their hearts and say all of this stuff about how he has to register now. And the one thing, and Biz can lie to y'all all the fuck he wants. The one thing that got Biz to take that plea, because Biz was taking this shit to a trial. How did the girl get caught laughing in the courtroom and all that shit? How did the girl get kicked out of the courtroom by the judge? Right? Because they were all in the courtroom together. They all heard this stuff. They all saw the girl laughing and get kicked out of the courtroom, right? Why? Because they were already going through the process. This wasn't pre-trial. This is actual trial shit. And then the prosecution asked to introduce some new evidence to the fucking case. And when the prosecution asked to introduce that new evidence to the case, Biz and his lawyers had to huddle up and say, oh, hell no. Oh, hell no. There ain't no way in hell we can let this case go on with this evidence in here. Because what did they want to introduce? The motherfucker prosecution found out about that Connecticut case. They found out that he was already a Mr. Got Away With It as a juvenile. And so we aren't going to about to let him get away with it a second time. No, we're not going to let you get away with it a second time. You was a juvenile the first time, and so, or in that juvenile kind of system, but it wasn't completely taken off your record. We still got access to that shit. So we want to introduce this new evidence that as a juvenile, he was accused of some shit that's similar to this, maybe even worse. And he got away with it. They didn't do anything to him. They just let him go. They didn't believe the girl. They just let her go. Well, this time, nah, fuck that. We're going to believe the girl. Hey, Kwame, how many different women filed charges against you for taking it? Because you like to claim that this one did, and so that's why you don't believe all women. But how many different women did you put yourself in a position with for them to file charges that you may have tried to take it from them? But yet you want to continue to protect this predator. How many other women did he do it to that he didn't get charges filed against him for, Kwame? Yet you want to continue to protect this predator. Keep on doing you. You and Ronald Jones, protect the predator. So now he's trying to fucking spin it on these girls and make it act like they're doing something criminal, saying that the cop can't press charges on you for something. I can press charges back for him making you blah, blah, blah. Biz is so full of shit, but he's trying to damn play on these girls. Again, if this recording would have ever made it into the courts after he took that plea deal, they would have rescinded that plea and sent his ass to prison for probably 10 years. They probably would have locked him up for 10 years. You see how she said yes? He'd have made the girls feel bad. Now he done gave him this whole sob story and shit. You don't know my name? Yeah, you know your name. All right, so that's that. So that's the audio that Biz claims to have held on to for all of these years. That I don't know how he feels like it proves his innocence in any way, shape, or form. It just proves that he kind of tried to entrap some young girls. That's all I see from it, at least. Yeah, he thinks that actually does something for him. Where was our cop? In Greensboro, North Carolina. Greensboro, North Carolina. So we got one more video because, again, there's predator protectors out here. And the main one that we started calling out here was Ronald Jones. Well, after Ronald Jones said what he said on Super's panel about Biz only being a sexual offender. And again, let's make sure that we don't forget what a sexual offender actually is. Let's not forget that. Because it's important. Since Ronald thinks Biz is only a sexual offender, what is a sexual offender? A person who has been convicted of committing a crime involving sex. You know, so you committed a sexual crime against another person. We're not okay with that. We're not okay with that at all. One thing that has not been talked about a lot, and it's probably because it's not one of the charges that Biz had against himself, but it is something that I remember being hold on, I'm sorry. Being a thing that was commonly known, I guess you could say. Your daughter got married in Greensboro in 2020. That's what's up. That's what's up. It used to be a commonly known thing. Did I fuck with niggas or was I cool? I was cool. I ain't fuck with people. I don't have a whole lot of arrests on my record. Most of the arrests that I have are for warrant type shit. Because whenever I got out of the police academy, the zone that I ended up in happened to be downtown Greensboro. So it's right where the courthouse is, where the jail is, where the record section is, all of that shit, right? So I don't know if y'all are familiar, but whenever a person has a warrant, say a person wants to turn themselves in, they know they got a warrant out there and they want to turn themselves in, right? A cop actually has to come down there and serve that shit on them. Like, say you go to the courthouse or the jail, you know you got a warrant, you want to turn yourself in, somebody got to come down there and serve that shit on you. So it's typically going to be somebody in the zone right there where it is. So I served a lot of warrants. I did a lot of mental health calls because mental health was also in my zone. So I did a lot of mental health calls. You ran into some treacherous black cops. Oh yeah, there's treacherous cops of all races out there. But yeah, I spent a lot of time dealing with mental health patients because whenever a patient goes to mental health and it's like a state mental health type of deal, they have to go to the hospital to be evaluated for medical before they can go to an actual mental health inpatient type of facility, right? So they have to have a police officer with them because mental health patients can get violent at times, you know? So spent a lot of time sitting at mental health and at the hospital dealing with mental health patients. Spent a lot of time dealing with warrants and, you know, serving warrants on people, having to go get the warrant from downtown to go get somebody at their house, shit like that. I mean, I did all the regular shit too, the regular, you know, traffic and all of that shit. I did all of the different things, really. All of the stuff. Yeah, your son does all that. He's a deputy, Dimitri. Yeah, so depending on the jurisdiction, a lot of times your sheriff's department will handle all of that. You know, the deputies in the sheriff's department will handle all of that. But depending on the city, you know, in Greensboro, it was a little bit different. It also kind of depended on where the record was. If the warrant was with the city shit, then yeah, a city cop would have to do it. If it's some county shit, then the sheriff's department could handle it. So it's a lot of that jurisdiction changeover. The sheriff's department, the county people handle all of the jail stuff. There was no city jail. It's all county, you know, so there's a lot of that jurisdiction changeover stuff that we had to deal with as city cops. Yeah. But yeah, I know what's up, McGruder. I was there long enough to know what's up and to get out of it and get into a totally different career field, you know? So, yeah, sex offender. That's what a sex offender is, Ronald Jones. Something that it used to be talked about a lot, but it's not talked about as much anymore. I don't hear about it as much, maybe just because, you know, age and not being in a circle where I would hear about it as much anymore. And it's not something that Biz was specifically charged with. However, it is something that could have been in the cards had it been something that was available at the time in his state. D. Grant, good morning to you. I appreciate you passing through. Appreciate everybody who came through and hit that like button. Oh, that's all in North Carolina, Isla Milligan. That ain't got shit to do with Greensboro. That's North Carolina. That's a state rule. All of the liquor stores in North Carolina are run by the state of North Carolina. So the ABC stores, that's where you have to get your liquor. They're not open on Sundays. You can still buy beer and wine and shit like that on Sundays in North Carolina, but you cannot buy liquor in North Carolina on Sundays because it's the ABC stores. They're open from 9 to 9. Monday through Saturday. 9 a.m. to 9 p.m. Monday through Saturday. That's when you getting your liquor in North Carolina. You can't buy it in any other stores but the ABC store. They can serve it in bars and shit, but they've already bought theirs. They buy their shit through the ABC store. Yeah, so, yeah, 9 to 9, that's when you buying liquor. You can buy beer and wine and shit like that from 7 to 2 a.m., 7 a.m. to 2 a.m. And then they don't start serving the beer and liquor, beer and wine until 10, I think it is, on Sundays, but it goes to 2 a.m. still. But yeah, so that's not just a Greensboro thing. That's all in North Carolina, bro. That's North Carolina rules here. So what I was saying, the other thing that I don't think is talked about as much, I don't hear it talked about as much anymore, but it is a thing, is statutory rape. See, statutory rape, back whenever I was growing up, we all knew of that as a thing, as a real thing, you know, a crime, all of that. But I don't hear it talked about as much these days. But just for those who may not know what it is, it's generally defined as a non-forcible sexual intercourse where one or both parties are below the legal age of consent. It's considered rape because the law presumes minors are incapable of giving informed consent to sexual activity due to their age. So this is another place where this just came to mind to me, you know, because people want to say Biz is or is not a rapist, you know. Now, we don't have him confirmed of the crime of rape. That doesn't mean he hasn't done it. We just don't have him on a record confirmed of the crime. However, we do know that he likes to mess with minors. We do know that in the situation that he had in Maryland, that was dealing with minors. So if he did have intercourse with this minor in Maryland, that could have been considered statutory rape and therefore elevated to the charge of rape because this minor is unable to give consent. And therefore her parents getting involved could say, hell no, we don't give consent to this adult to be fucking our daughter underage. So therefore charge him with a rape. That is or could be something that happened. Now, again, I don't know if statutory rape was a thing in Fairfax, Virginia at the time or not. No clue. Just something that came to mind. Virginia, I'm sorry, Mika. Maryland, Virginia. It's the DMV. So it's Fairfax, Virginia. So it's right there at the Maryland, DC, Virginia border. So I'll be thinking Maryland because I am from Maryland, you know. So I'll be thinking Maryland rather than saying Virginia. But it's Fairfax, Virginia, actually. But yeah, so like North Carolina, you know, they look at someone 16 to 18. The age of consent is 16 in North Carolina. Age of consent is 16, but in California it's 18. Right. So in North Carolina, the age of consent is 16. A 16-year-old can consent to having sex. In California, it's 18. But again, this is not the forcible form. This is because of your damn age and the manipulation that you have over a person. It could be a position of authority thing where they feel like they have to acquiesce to you because of some fear of retaliation or whatever. But all these people, again, who want to make excuses for this predator and say that he did not do whatever, he's on paper admitting to doing things. And he could, depending on the state he was in, at the very least be considered guilty of statutory rape, which, as we see, could be elevated to the crime of full rape, depending upon the state that you're in. So don't let these fools get away with minimizing what he did. Because one thing that he was charged with is indecent liberties with a minor. Now, again, all this stuff he pleaded out to. But what is indecent liberties with a minor? It's a serious criminal offense involving inappropriate sexual behavior or attempted behavior. That's very important. Attempted. It doesn't have to be the actual behavior. It could just be the attempted behavior with a person under a specific age, usually defined by the state or federal law. This can encompass a broad range of actions considered lewd or obscene by society. Y'all have heard of lewd and obscene gestures, like showing off your penis to people in public. That's considered lewd and obscene. Things like that. So you could, with a minor doing lewd gestures, lewd and obscene things, be considered committing a sexual crime. So yes, if you tell an underage person, child, to SMD, yes, that could be considered a lewd gesture and therefore indecent liberties with a minor, a sexual offense. We got Queen in the building. What's going on, Queen?
Good morning, Iceberg. Happy Saturday, right? Or Sunday?
Sunday. We on Sunday. Good morning to
Okay.
you.
Good morning, the historian.
Yes, ma'am.
Historians are important. They're
Yes, ma'am.
important. Okay. I wanted to shout out to the chat. Shout out to the chat. I'm on my phone, y'all, so I haven't been able to say hello individually. Hello. And just keep listening to all the evidence, regardless if you like us or not. Use logic and reason and personal experience. Okay? That's all Queen can ask for. I thank you, Iceberg.
Absolutely.
Come
Thank
on,
you. Thank
women
you.
now.
Thank you. I appreciate you.
I yield the floor.
Thank you so much for coming up.
Appreciate you too.
Absolutely. That's the Queen, y'all. And I can do nothing but echo the words she said. Listen to all of the evidence. You don't have to like a person
I got a
to
new
listen to what they say.
phone. I don't know where the X is to come out.
Okay. I'll drop you down. Okay,
Okay,
I'll drop you
thank
there.
you.
Yes, ma'am. Yeah, that's the queen, y'all. Like I said, all I can do is agree with her. That's all I can do is agree, because listen to all of the evidence. You don't have to agree. You don't have to like me to hear what I'm saying and understand that at least some of what I'm saying is fact. Now, I think all of what I'm saying is fact. If you don't see it that way, then that's fine. But you can't say that everything I'm saying is a lie. I mean, I'm giving you actual definitions. I'm reading the description of the definition. That ain't a lie, you know. So, indecent liberties, y'all. Indecent liberties with a minor. It's a serious thing. Taking or attempting to take immoral, improper, or indecent liberties includes acts like inappropriate touching, exposure of genitals, or suggesting sexual acts. It's that simple. You can't be touching on minors. You can't be showing them your shit. You can't be asking them or suggesting that they do things like SMD. That's a crime. It's a crime. If you don't see it as a crime, you're just a different type of person. The victim is under a certain age. It depending on jurisdiction. In some places, it's under 16. In some cases, specific age differences between the offender and the victim are also factors. So the fact that Biz is in his 20s and his offender is probably 15 or maybe even younger, they had him. They had him dead to rights on that charge. He knows it. French kissing with a minor. So you can't be tongue kissing with no minor when you're not a minor. You know, asking them to touch your genitals or you touching their genitals. And they like to hinge on kids. They like to hinge on people saying that somebody is 5 or 6 years old. I'm not saying that. I'm saying 15. I'm saying you're in your 20s and these girls are 15. If that's their age. I don't know what their age was. But because you had indecent liberties with a minor as a charge, I know that it's probably under 16. I don't know what the age of consent is in Virginia, but more than likely it's 16. I doubt it's 18. So what are we doing here? And why do people like Kwame and Ronald Jones feel the need to defend such habits and activity? Well, Ronald Jones went live. Shout out to Sis for getting this video. And shout out to him for allowing me to have access to the video. Ronald Jones went live, and you know Ronald Jones likes to go live and then take things down. Well, he wasn't fast enough. So let's review a little bit of what Mr. Jones had to say whenever he went live and after he got kicked off of Supernova's panel.
Somebody said he was gonna check me or something. I just waiting on it. You gonna check me? Check me. I just waiting.
So he starts talking all this big shit.
I just waiting.
Let me figure out what I got going on here. Hold on, y'all.
Trying to see what's wrong with their checkers.
There we go. Age of consent in VA is 18? Oh, shit. Well, that's even worse for him. If the age of consent in VA is 18, that's even worse for him if these girls were like 15. And he's in his 20s. It's even worse. Well, Ronald Jones starting off talking big shit after he got kicked off of Supernova's panel about who gonna check him, even though he just said the most wrong and egregious shit that he could say.
I'm trying to see what's wrong with their checkers. They gonna check me. I want to know who gonna check me. That's what I want to know.
And shout out to the meal ticket going live in about 22 minutes. We should be finished up right in time for him to go live.
Yeah, don't make me come out of retirement. Don't make me come out of retirement.
Let me do something, y'all. Hold on.
Retirement, man.
This fool talk too slow, and I need to
I want me to come
share
out
it
of
a different way.
retirement, man. Damn, Allah, who's I see you? No, they made me. They about to make me come out of retirement. I ain't gonna be on here too much longer. Too long. I got stuff to do. in a minute.
All right, hold on a second. Let me see something.
Yeah. I don't know. Those rabbits or those rumorvilles,
Let
those
me see.
rumorvillians. If y'all don't like what I said about Biz, come check me, niggas. Scary.
All right, so you see Ronald Jones, he's talking with all the bravado. If y'all don't like what I said about Biz, come check me. It's my life. Salute. If y'all don't like what I said about Biz, come check me. First off, most people probably didn't even know Ronald Jones was live because Ronald Jones hardly ever goes live. So how would anybody know that you were live for them to come check you? That doesn't make a whole lot of sense in itself. But beyond that, you need to check yourself. You the one who said that wild ass shit, and you end up checking yourself at the end. So what is all this nonsense bravado?
Ass niggas. I stand on what I said. Come check me. You don't like what I said? Hold on. Let me drop the link. If you don't like what I said, I don't got long.
All right, let me
I
see.
don't got long. They don't smoke with me. That's what I'm saying. They really don't want no smoke. You want smoke? I live. And I don't go like, yo, make me come out of retirement. I live. Highly favored. I don't know if you was in Rumorville, Supernova chat, but I don't know if you was in her chat or not, but I mean, I'm gonna wait until some people.
I'm uploading the video, y'all,
I'm
so
gonna give some people opportunity to
play
hit
it
the link,
faster.
and then everybody will know what the.
No, he ain't
But I
back going
mean,
live, Dimitri. He just did that one time because he went live right after he got kicked off of Supernova's panel after his dumbass said that Biz is only a sex offender and Miss Coco Box and all of them started to jump on him. He got kicked off the panel and then he went immediately to his channel and went live because, you know, Biz and none of them were live at the time. So I guess he had more he wanted to say and felt like he was going to do something by going live.
niggas is scary, for real, for real. Niggas is scary, for real, for real.
So he's going to call people scary a bunch of
Niggas is
times.
scared of me. Oh, you been asleep? Yeah, I already know they gonna try to clip up what I said and stuff like that.
Well, people
But
should
I
clip up
still
what you
stand on
said.
what I said.
And see, he still stands on what he said. He already knows people gonna clip up what he said, saying that Biz is only a sexual offender, but he still stands on what he says. See, this is when keeping it real goes wrong, Ronald Jones. This is when keeping it real goes wrong. You stand on saying some stupid shit like you protect the sex offender. Because that's what that means, saying he's only a sex offender, means that you protect him.
Miss Coco Bucks, lady, you don't even be in this sector like that. You had like you somebody with somebody know your backstory or something like that.
So now he going and changing the subject. Instead of talking about the messed up shit that he said, now he's going to change the subject to whether or not Miss Coco Box has been in the sector or not. Miss Coco Box has been around the sector for a while. Everybody doesn't know her backstory, no. But that's not the point. You said some fucked up shit. She was absolutely right for starting to go off on you about the fucked up shit you said.
Nobody knows your backstory, Miss Coco. The only reason why people even know about you is because of your brother.
So what? If people know about her because of her brother, they know about her. So what? The reason people know about her, you can't say nobody knows her and then say the only reason people know about you.
I'm just being honest with you. I don't know anything about you. I ain't trying to be insensitive, but I don't know nothing about you.
Whether or not you knew anything about her, her story or not, does not change the fact that what Ronald said is fucked up. I'm sure he does know about her, Tesh. Ronald be full of shit. Every time somebody goes off on him, he tries to act like he's been around longer than that person, and that person don't know what's going on in the sector. People who have been around since the very beginning, just like him, he acts like they can't have a clue what's going on because he's been around. It don't make any damn sense.
Lady. Lonnie, you don't have a wrench in my chat, do you? Let me go look at something real fast. I'll let you.
Think that's his shit messing up. I think that's his thing messing up. I think. It's still going. Let's see. Let's see.
It's a long, short story.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a long, short story. I just want somebody from Supernova Chat to come over here. I see people. I see.
All right. Let me share this a different way now. I got it. I finally got it uploaded. Finally got it uploaded. What the hell am I hearing it from now? Hold on, y'all. I still hear it playing somewhere. I don't even know where the hell it's playing now. What in the hell? Hold on, y'all. I am hearing something. I don't know where the hell it's playing right now, though. Where in the hell is this playing? I got to figure that out. Oh, there it is. All right. Got it. Got it. All right. NC Lady B1, good morning to you. All right, let me get it back up now. It was playing and I didn't know where it was coming from. All right, so let's go about here, speed it up.
I ain't trying to be insensitive, but I don't know nothing about you, lady. Lonnie, you don't have a wrench in my chat, do you? Let me go look at something real fast. I'll let you.
Yeah, his joint was messing up.
I just want somebody from Supernova Chat to come over here. I see people. I see Uncle L talking shit. Uncle L, come hit the link, bro.
Shout out to Uncle L.
You think I lost cool points? Come hit the link. Come get some pushback. Or come try to get some pushback. Y'all share the live and hit the like button if you haven't already.
All right, McGruder. I'll be on the
I don't got long
sidelines
for
with the beats.
I know you don't want a wrench. A wrench in my channel is a.
Come on, Ronald. Talk about what you're talking
I'm
about.
only letting people up. Yeah, I mean, I want somebody to come up here and check me. That's all I want. Somebody check me. Hey, man, can I don't even know you. I want somebody to come check me. Scary ass people. What you see? Just give me a chance, man. No, I don't even know you, dude. And I ain't gonna be live that long, so I was getting ready to say something. See, I was trying to put some scrutiny on that false narrative. No, this gotta be you. This is you, right? I don't even care if I
And
get P-bomb. If I
Ronald,
get P-bomb,
I'm getting.
if I get P-bomb, I'm gonna blame it on the Wabbits.
Hey, Ronald, I'm getting dressed. So I
Oh,
can't talk like that. What's going on?
hey, Lonnie.
What made you go on
You know,
your channel and go live?
I don't know, I think they might force me out of retirement. But
that works too, Magruder. We can do a hip hop talk, just talking shit about hip hop or whatever. Absolutely.
You ain't you tired of getting kicked off of panels?
yeah, you're right. I might do come out of retirement. I might
Yeah,
be
that's the
coming.
best. The
I really
best
just
thing
don't
to
be
do.
having. I really don't be having time. I do got like I'm going live for
There's no.
this moment. Yeah. So that's why, because
It got to.
they
It got to
just was.
be. It got to be a safe place. And if they do hit the link, they're gonna talk all irrational. Not gonna let you speak. It's just.
Yeah, Uncle L, you definitely touched a nerve on that cool points thing. He ain't like that shit.
So you know I was going to kick you out. Then you take my wrench, and you thought you was going to leave out my panel without getting kicked out. You know it's smoke, Lonnie, but my smoke ain't with you right now. That's separate smoke. My smoke is with Supernova in her chat. That's what my smoke with right now.
So Ronald got a problem with Supernova in her chat because Ronald said some stupid shit on Supernova's panel and she kicked him off. And the chat went on his head because of the dumb shit he said.
That's what my smoke with. I seen Milk Ticket going live. That's surprising.
Shout out to Mill Ticket going
See
live in
Milk
10
Ticket say
minutes.
going live. That's surprising.
We about to get up out of here.
Yeah, I kicked her off. You know, I mean, you're not gonna like.
Trying to get to where Ronald was talking about it more, not bullshitting. I ain't have a timestamp
I'm a
on
menace to
this one.
society. If I got to come back out of retirement, I will. Y'all really don't want me to come out of retirement because then I'll start doxing everybody, and I just don't have time. And I already got some shit up my sleeve. I already know I got my Mill Ticket. I see you going live. Everybody gonna be anticipating for me to hit the link because the last few days they already know I'm on your neck. It's smoke, bro. What y'all want to do?
So Ronald on Mill Ticket.
Somebody come take me out.
Mill Ticket be loud in a few minutes. Ronald gonna hit the link since he got all the
You don't got a
smoke.
wrench over here, do you?
Come on, Ronald, get to the point.
Please do, because I want smoke. No, because I want smoke for real. Well, I'll put it like this. I didn't get a chance to fully articulate what I was trying to say before they kicked me off. Because one thing they ain't gonna do is try to check me or ask me questions about mine. That's what they ain't gonna do. But at the same time, I'd rather them same people come do it now. I ain't gonna kick you off. And I ain't scared of y'all. And I stand on what I said. Now come check me. How about that? And Miss E voice. Like I was saying, and I ain't trying because it is what it is. I said I can't take it back.
So
they cut me off, and then this.
It is what it is. He said it. He can't take it back. He continues to stand on saying this dumb shit.
Miss Coco BX, she talking to me like I supposed to really know like her. I mean, I know you from being around here, but I mean, I don't know you like that, Miss Coco.
And
I don't know you like that.
Still missing the point. It ain't about knowing her. It's about saying the shit that you're saying that's in protection of a predator. Has nothing to do with knowing her. She's just the one that spoke out when you said the dumb shit. Let me move forward because Ronald bullshitting. I thought I don't have any timestamps on this. So there was a point in time in here where the dumbass recognized what he said.
It's gonna sound like I'm defending, but he's a sex offender because his dumbass chose to plead guilty. I don't want to say if I was in his shoes, but I'm not pleading guilty to something like that if I didn't do that. It's just simple as that. I mean, that's his dumbass fault that he pled guilty. But
so how do you excuse him then? If you would not plead guilty to something if you know you didn't do it, then how do you excuse him pleading guilty to it, Ronald? Because he's a fucking predator. He's an offender. He's all the despicable names that we call him. He's probably worse. He just didn't get caught. But how do you defend him?
That's how you ended up on the list. I know ain't nobody hitting that. I got 15 true minutes. And now you out of here. Nigga scared. Nigga got so much say in the chat. Oh, Ronald, you damn. What? How I okay when I beat up sex offenders?
We ain't got no proof of you beating up sex offenders. We have proof of you fraternizing with sex offenders. You tell us all the time that you beat up sex offenders. Ronald, we don't have proof of you beating up anybody. We have proof of you sitting on the panel with Biz. What do you want us to go off of? We go off of what we see, not the shit you say. Nobody in this sector has ever seen Ronald Jones beat up anybody, mainly a sex offender. And if you beat up sex offenders, why are you so comfortable hanging out with one? That's the whole point. You contradict yourself. If you beat up sex offenders, then you wouldn't be cool hanging out with one.
You admit Biz is a sex offender, but yet you hang out with him.
Have you ever beat up a sex offender, Uncle Ed? Or anybody on the registry?
No, I know I've never beat up a sex offender or anybody on the registry because I don't associate with people on the registry or sex offenders. So if a person is a sex offender on the registry, I don't know anything about it because I don't associate with those people.
So how am I okay with it?
You're okay with it because you continue to go on his panel, support him, and go around these YouTube streets defending him and promoting his channel. That's how.
Well, you can't say Biz is lying because Biz didn't do no jail time over it. So you can't say he didn't do anything.
So jail time is what determines whether or not someone's a sexual offender, whether or not someone took some pussy. It's whether or not they actually go to jail. Ronald Jones, you sound stupid.
Jail time over it. And trust me, bro. I mean, Miss Eve. Like I said, realistically, if he had did something as far as touching, you're going to get locked up. Like, I mean, you're going.
Says who? Says who? Ronald Jones. Ronald Jones. There are a million of children, girls and boys, all over this world who have been touched that never told anybody about it, and nobody got locked up behind it. There are a million of adults walking this earth right now who are still mentally dealing with the trauma that happened to them because they were touched at some point in time and they never told anybody about it. They just processed it, whether they did it healthily or not. They just never told anybody about it. Ronald Jones, those people exist all over this fucking world, and you minimize them as victims when you say stupid shit like that.
And trust me, bro. I mean, Miss Eve. Like I said, realistically, if he had did something as far as touching, you're going to get locked up. Like, I mean, you're going to, like, especially like if it was toward. I mean, I'm not supporting what he did, but I'm
yes, you are. Yes, you are, because you're minimizing it. You're saying realistically, if he had done something, he would have been locked up, which is not a true statement because there's people who realistically do shit every day and none of them are locked up. He probably did a bunch of other shit that nobody knows about and he's not locked up for it. Realistically, Ronald Jones.
Is going by the situation. And I mean, he can say he's lying. And I mean, he probably is lying about some things.
Okay, so you say that he probably is lying. You, just like all the rest of us, know that this is not his first offense. This is just the second offense that he got caught doing some shit for. Yet you're still willing to make an excuse for him, even though you know he's a fucking liar. And he's probably lying about this situation and did and said whatever he needed to do to get his ass off the hook.
But at the same time, for a fact, he didn't touch any of them because he definitely would get fried. And he
says who? He definitely would get fried. Says who? It's stupid motherfuckers like you, Ronald Jones, who defend predators, who allow predators to continue to exist. Because you just assume that if he touched somebody, he definitely would have gotten fried. No, that's not the way the legal system works, Ronald Jones. Your stupid ass who's been through the legal system should know and understand that. Yet you are finding every fucking excuse you can to make for that fucking predator. Why? Because you're a predator too.
Sometime, and that's just what it is. That's just what it is. I've been locked up before. Trust me. You would have got locked up. You would have did some time. They wasn't gonna damn.
Says who?
That you go the next day.
Says who?
You're gonna sit in there with a decent size amount bond, and you was gonna sit in there.
Says who?
I telling y'all this because I've been through this.
So you've been through a sexual assault case, Ronald Jones? Is that what you're telling us? You're telling us all of this because you've been through sexual assault case. And you know because they locked your ass straight up and gave you a high bond and would not let your ass out because you were accused of sexually assaulting young girls. Ronald Jones knows that from experience, y'all. He just said it.
A decent size amount bond, and you was gonna sit in there. I telling y'all this because I've been through this. No, the man did. No, his first case, he did eventually violate his probation, but they did it.
Hey, Ronald Jones, you hear yourself? This is called defending a predator.
Kid on the young lady. It came back negative. So I mean, I don't know. No, the man did. No, his first case, he did eventually violate his probation, but they did a kit on the young lady. It came back negative. So I mean, I don't know.
Shout out to Checkmate with that 9-month membership. Ronald Jones, this is called defending a predator. They did this. It came back that. No.
I don't know. See, and like you call him a pedo, Ms. Eve. That's why I'm trying to say he's not a pedo.
Why is he not
is
a
sex
pedo?
offender, but he's not a pedo.
Why is he not a pedo, Ronald? You said he is a sex offender, but he's not a pedo. Why is he not a pedo, Ronald? Explain to me why he's not a pedo. Do you know the definition of a pedo, Ronald? We already went over this. But do you know the definition of a pedo, Ronald? Pedophile. One affected with pedophilia. Now, Ronald Jones, I don't expect you to know what pedophilia is because you're slow and you don't think Biz is a pedo. So what is pedophilia, Ronald? Sexual perversion in which children are the preferred sexual object. So, Ronald Jones, if Biz is fucking around with underage girls, why wouldn't you believe that they are his preferred sexual object? What makes you to believe that young girls are not Biz's preferred sexual object? If Biz is a grown man and young girls are his preferred sexual object, I personally would call that a sexual perversion. So what makes him not a pedo, Ronald? Help us understand, since you're defending the sex offender, what makes him not a pedo?
See, and like you call him a pedo, Ms. Eve. That's why I'm trying to say he's not a pedo. He is a sex offender, but he's not a pedo. He didn't do anything.
He didn't do anything. Are you sure about that? You're defending him. You're swearing on it, basically.
Ronald, what I wanted to say.
Yeah, shout out to Mom Boss. I saw her in here earlier when he was looking at Mom Boss's children dancing and shit and commenting on it. That looked like some sexual perversion towards children to me. I mean, just as a grown man, that's the way that it looked, the way he was looking at them.
Say, it could be sensitive for, some women. It can be sensitive because of what the.
Yeah. You know how I lost school points. I actually beat up sex offenders and rapists. And like I actually like and even people that whoever they did the whatever to, I don't even know them. I did that off the script. As a matter of fact, I did that before I even had kids.
Hey, Ronald Jones, you telling this story about you beating up sex offenders and rapists sound like Outlaw Anthony's story about how he was locked up, throwing away food and telling them niggas that, nah, I ain't eating it, and throwing it away in front of their face and all that shit. That's how your story sounds. That's how believable it is.
I've been beating them up before I even had kids. I did that off the script. And I didn't even know, I don't even, it's just off the script. I did that before I even had kids. Because I haven't been locked up since I had kids. So, shout out to me. But that I was doing that before. I was doing that.
You want a cookie? Shout out to me. You want a cookie for not getting locked up since you've had kids? Motherfucker, you're not supposed to get locked up. You got some low fucking expectations if you got to shout out yourself just because you haven't gotten locked up since you have kids. You a low expectation having motherfucker. Getting locked up should not even be in the cards. You failed because you got locked up. Now, yes, you can come back from that, but it's not a shout out because you didn't get locked up. Fuck out of here.
Before that. So yeah, nobody on. I'm pretty sure nobody. Pretty sure you never. I mean, yeah. And like I said, I did that before I had kids. So it's really off the script of I don't support that. But like I said, I've been locked up before. So I seen people like if I was Biz, like not if I was Biz. If Biz was in there with me, I would have tell Biz like don't plead guilty to that, bro. I mean, if you ain't did that, don't plead guilty to it. But when you back there,
we way past all of that. We're fucking 20 years past that. He pled guilty to it. Why? Because he know he did some shit. And he knew he did some shit in Connecticut too. And that was all about to pile up on him and send his ass up the road for about 15 years, locked behind bars, as opposed to on probation.
That's why he pled guilty to that shit, Ronald Jones. Why are you acting like that's not the case? Why are you acting like him pleading guilty to that was the lesser of what he would have had to deal with had he kept on pushing through that shit? Because he did shit. He knows he did shit, and it was all about to catch up with him. What kind of logic do you have, Ronald Jones? What kind of logic do you have to believe that stupid shit you're saying? If you were there, you would have told him not to take the plea. No, that motherfucker took the plea listening to the advice of his attorneys, not Ronald fucking stupid ass Jones. His attorneys gave him the advice. Look, motherfucker, if you want to, this is the best we can get you. 15 years as a registered sex offender. You ain't going to spend no time behind bars. You ain't got none of that other bullshit. Just 15 years as a registered sex offender is the best we can get you. And that motherfucker took that shit and ran. Why? Because he didn't want to be behind the bars. So Ronald Jones, you're telling me you would have told him to fight it out in court, take it to trial. Right? That would have been Ronald Jones' advice. Take it to trial. You know you did some shit. You know those girls are underage. You know that girl's parents got the money to support her coming to court. But you say take it to trial. Oh, shit. That Connecticut case, the fucking lawyers, the prosecution that found out about that shit. AJ07, good afternoon to you. The damn prosecution that found out about that damn case in Connecticut. Ain't this about a bitch? Oh, shit. We in trouble now. We in trouble. We got to do something. Hey, can we get that plea deal? They about to get that Connecticut case and unseal that motherfucker and bring that evidence in here, and they gonna know that I got away with taking it from a girl this time and blamed it on some earring backs and shit. And just because they couldn't match the stories up, I got away with it. It ain't gonna be that easy this time, because I'm already more than likely guilty of statutory rape. But they charging me with higher shit. They charging me with indecent liberties with a minor and some other shit. But Ronald Jones seems to think that he should have taken this to trial. Ronald Jones, why you think he took that plea? Because he knew he was fucking guilty. And you're defending him.
Yeah. Or when they offer like probation to you, when you locked up and they offer probation to you, people plead guilty to whatever just to go home, but just to get it over with. I mean, I wouldn't do it, but I mean, his dumbass did. And I mean, his dumbass had to sign up for the registry. That's on his dumbass. Y'all know that was stupid.
So why are you defending him then?
I mean, if it was really that, I mean, not trying to, like I said, I don't take it lightly. I beat up people for that. I've done it before. No, I don't need to jump. Well, we did jump him. I mean, it just depends. I jumped him, beat up listen, y'all go check my background.
Y'all go check Ronald's background. Only thing I've heard about Ronald's background, someone said at one point he worked at Waffle House. You know, this is what we know about Ronald's background. He on here saying a bunch of I Geechee shit, but his logic doesn't make any sense. This is what we know about Ronald's background. We don't know anything about him beating up any fucking body for sure.
I'll go check my background. Listen.
One thing you've added to your background, though, is that you like to defend sex offenders. That's definitely in your background, Ronald. You defend sex offenders.
We don't play that back then. That's one thing back there people do not play about. We don't play that back then. If one would even enter the door, like, we on that. People back there, we don't play that back then. And I still stand on that. And I was standing on that without kids. So you know my stance on it with kids, especially, well, it don't even matter. Just, it can be male with kids. You know my stance now. But we on here on YouTube, and we're talking about Biz and his situation, and people calling him a pedo and a rapist and stuff like that. He's a sex offender.
And he's a pedo, and he's a predator, and he's a pervert. He's all of those things. And he might just be a rapist. You don't know that he's not.
Uncle L, you still saying his lies, but he can still lie all you want. But Uncle L, you know if he regardless if he like which case you say he lied about. He lied about the Connecticut case. They took a kid. You could say the Virginia case. What you think?
So Ronald is on that same bullshit that Kwame and Biz are on. He said they took a kid. We already went over rape kits, what they serve, what purpose they serve, and basically like it doesn't mean that it did not happen because a rape kit comes back inconclusive. He don't seem to understand that though.
If this man thing, you think this man will get out on the PR bond the next day? Let's just keep it real. Come on, man. And I ain't trying to defend it. Like I said, I beat people up for this shit. But I mean, it is what it is. I know ain't nobody who's gonna check me. No, Trey Spectors. I don't even think you was in Supernova chat. Trey Spectors. I wanted Uncle L. I wanted Flip. I wanted Sis. I want Supernova. I want Miss Coco. I want Yam Sandman. That's why I wanted the link. I mean,
so that line right there just shows this is all just Ronald looking for attention. Because Ronald just left from over there where most of those people were on Supernova's panel. She's probably still alive at this time. He's talking about he want those people to hit the link, knowing good and damn well they're having a conversation on Supernova's panel. Ain't nobody about to leave from over there to come see a Ronald Jones fucking live stream. So Ronald was looking for attention. Ronald wants friends.
And his story can change. He got he got locked up for it. Like, just think about it. Like, you can't call him like I keep saying, and I do not like defending, but I have to. I'm a realist. I have to call like I said.
So you don't like defending him, but you're about to defend him.
He didn't grape anyone.
You sure about that? How can you be so sure about that, Ronald Jones? Ronald Jones can swear on his life that Biz didn't rape anybody. Interesting, Ronald Jones. That's defense of this dude. That's some pretty strong words. Your words have meaning, Ronald Jones. That's some pretty strong words to say that he didn't rape anybody. Because you can't prove that. You can't prove that at all. Again, he got caught 2 times doing shit. How many times did he do shit where he didn't get caught, Ronald Jones? Does it make it not a thing? Are you like Kwame and think that because Biz is no longer on a registry, that means he is not a sex offender? Again, to be a sex offender means you've committed the act. You continue to be a sex offender the rest of your life, whether you have to register on a fucking registry or not. He's still a sex offender. Kwame doesn't seem to think so. He seems to think that since he spent his time on the registry and is no longer there, all is fucking forgotten. Because he don't understand there's victims out there. Kwame, copying other people, likes to call things the SVS. Making fun of and mocking victims. You call it the special victim sector, right? That's a mocking of victims. So Kwame Brown, the bust miserable giraffe that he is, continues to show that not only is he going to defend a fucking sexual predator, sexual offender, pedophile, potential rapist with zero accountability, he's going to defend that type of person. He is also going to double down and make fun of victims as if they did something wrong. He's going to turn the narrative and flip the narrative on the victims as if they're the ones in the wrong and Biz is the one who should be the victim here. That's what Kwame Brown does to defend his little Biz. Ronald Jones can say here with confidence that Biz is not all of these things. I don't know how, but apparently he can because he likes to defend predators.
Or he didn't put his hands on an underage girl. Like,
how do you know he didn't put his hands on an underage girl, Ronald Jones? What tells you that Biz never put his hands on an underage girl, Ronald Jones? Everything about Biz, his record, and the way that he acts today suggests to me that he has put his hands on underage girls multiple times. Numerous times. It suggests to me that that was a way of life for him at a certain point in time, putting his hands on underage girls. You can say with confidence that he hasn't done it, apparently.
those is what I look for. And like, if you didn't do any of those things and end up on a sex offender list, then you're a sex offender. But it's a sex offender because it's like, I think when people hear the word sex, it's like, but basically, I mean, I don't like, He's a sex offender. I mean,
he's a sex offender and a whole bunch of other things.
Like I said, I mean, it is what I mean. Like, I get it. Like I don't like trying to defend it because I beat people up. I beat men up for that type of stuff. So I don't be wanting it. But I also been locked up with people who, like the female lied and like so like when you back there, well, like I said, I don't know why he'll plead guilty because he got out. Like people that I seen do something like that, they like the female could have lied or whatever. And I'm just talking about this certain situation because I'm not saying all. I'm just talking about this certain situation.
But you're treating his situation like that certain situation, just like the way Kwame is treating Biz's situation like his situation. You see what you're doing there? How you're going to compare Biz's situation to another situation where a female apparently lied, so you say, because that's what you want to believe. I'm not saying whether that situation is true or not, but you want to believe the female lied. Kwame wants everybody to believe the female lied. And now y'all are comparing that situation to Biz's situation where Biz is the only person here lying.
It's just that he was back there so long, they gave him like the same thing, kind of like they let him go home, but they just wanted that verdict. So they made him plead guilty to a probation, but he really just pleaded out just to go home. And that's just how it is back there. That's just how it is.
Shout out to Mom Boss. And yeah, Mom Boss, part of what you're saying there is kind of the point that I was making earlier whenever I was talking about the rape kits, because Kwame, Ronald Jones, and Biz and all of them like to talk about the rape kit. So I was trying to break down a little bit about what a rape kit is, what the purpose of a rape kit is, and how a rape kit is not the end all be all as to whether or not something actually happened. So I was saying, yeah, they check for penetration and things like that, but it doesn't, just because they don't see the signs of certain things doesn't mean they don't exist. And when it comes to the ejaculate part, that's what something that they're going to use, or skin samples or something like that is what they're going to use to tie it to a specific person through DNA, right? But if you didn't ejaculate in the vagina, if you didn't ejaculate at all, or if you maybe wore protection and took it with you, then they're not going to have that there. But these fools want people to believe that because a rape kit comes back inconclusive, it means that nothing happened. Rachel Banks, good afternoon to you.
And I mean, he didn't do anything. Like, we ain't even beat him up because he was from our neighborhood, so we had to know what happened. She lied, whatever. It's just that he been in there so long, he just wanted to go home, so he pled to probation. He had to go on the list. I don't know how long. He just was like, I want to get out of jail. He got out of jail that day. And I mean, he pled guilty. How it is the state, whenever that's a conviction, that's part of the conviction rate. It is what it is. But I mean, it is what it is. Y'all.
So who are all these motherfuckers out here that are pleading guilty to sexual offenses where they have to go on a sexual registry? Because Ronald Jones, he just had us believe that he beats up people who are sex offenders. Right? He beats up sex offenders. And we all know as men that is probably the worst stigma that you can have on you is a sex offender. Again, that's worse than a murderer in jail. All of these different things that are terrible. A sex offender is probably the worst of the worst. The way that a lot of men look at it, including myself. So who are these people that are pleading guilty to charges that will classify them as a sex offender? I don't know these people, especially these ones who say they did not do it. And they got their homies believing they did not do anything. Ronald Jones just sat here and said this dude did not do anything to the girl. So that means he won't ever alone with the girl. They ain't never had any kind of intimacy whatsoever. This just some random girl that didn't fucking know him. And she said, that motherfucker right there raped me. That's what Ronald Jones is saying. He ain't do shit. He ain't do nothing to put himself in position for the girl to be able to say it. Nothing. Didn't do anything. No accountability. Again, that's what you're going to get when you're dealing with a Ronald Jones, with the Biz 101, with the Kwame Brown. They don't understand what accountability is. Obligation or willingness to accept responsibility or to account for one's actions. They never want a man to take responsibility or accountability for their own actions. They want to say somebody else is at fault. That sounds like some victim shit to me. Coming from the people who are always calling everybody else the SVS. You're always trying to make yourself the victim in these situations. Why are you always trying to make yourself the victim in these situations and not take accountability for putting yourself in a position? Biz, a 20-something-year-old man talking to these 15-year-old girls. You put yourself in that situation. Stop fucking blaming the girls. Ronald Jones, your homie, whoever the fuck he is that put himself in that situation, he put himself in that situation. He did something. I ain't saying he did what the girl accused him of, but the motherfucker did something because he put himself in this situation. Get the fuck out of here, man. All these weak ass dudes don't want to take accountability for anything they fucking do. It's always somebody else's fault. We about to get up out of here, y'all.
Here, y'all scared of me. Y'all won't get no pushback. Ain't nobody gonna check me. At 6:28, I got 2 minutes. Yeah, I just had a newborn. Yeah, I'm about to go check up on her now because it's my shift. And well,
Ronald Jones, I hope you teach your child better than what you're exhibiting on YouTube. That's all I'm gonna say about you and your child. I hope you teach your child better than what you're exhibiting on YouTube. Once they get old enough to learn and understand, you know, who you are as a person and stuff like that, I hope you act differently and you do better in front of them than this person that you are exhibiting on YouTube. Because if not, you're going to raise a little piece of shit.
well, I mean, Miss Eve, I'm not disagreeing with you, and that's what I'm trying to. But that's what makes him a sex offender. It's like what he looked for. I don't know. Like Uncle L said earlier, I wasn't there, so I don't know what he could look for. But I know he didn't touch because if he had touched, he would have get smoked if he had touched one of them.
Says who, Ronald Jones? Based on what evidence? Based on what? What evidence in American history has led you to prove that men touching on young girls always get smoked? Every time. Every man that's ever touched on a young girl always got fucking smoked, Ronald Jones. What evidence in American history tells you that?
Like I said, I don't support it.
You do support it.
If he would have came to jail while I've been there, I would have beat him up.
No, you wouldn't have.
But on here, he didn't. Didn't touch underage.
On here, he didn't touch underage girls. What the fuck does that mean? He can't touch anybody on here. So because Biz, through the YouTube airways, hasn't done whatever Danny talks about and used the internet to go through her pussy to fucking rape her, he's okay. He's a piece of shit in real life. He does all types of shit to girls and underage girls and stuff like that in real life. But because he can't use the internet to go through Danny's pussy to rape some other girl, now he's okay. Ronald Jones, you are a fucking piece of shit.
Support it. If he would have came to jail while I've been there, I would have beat him up. But on here, he didn't. Didn't touch underage. He didn't grip anyone. The case that they said he did grip, they took a kid, it came back negative.
There you go on that kit shit. Kits don't come back negative, Ronald Jones. That's how stupid you are. Rape kits don't come back negative.
When that happens, I can't. Bro, it's not that it's not that it's listen, it's serious enough to the point where I just told you I beat up grown men for doing it. It's that serious. But we talking about something that's in this sector. We talking about Biz. We talking about what Biz is. Y'all call him a grapist.
Yeah, AJ07. Danny said some weird shit like she was saying something about people using the internet to control her vagina. I can't even remember exactly how she worded that shit. She was saying something almost about like being raped through the internet or some shit like that. It was weird. But she did say something about like vagina and controlling the internet.
Y'all say it like, but He's not. He's a sex offender. I'm not saying it's not less serious, but I mean, you got to say it. I mean, you can't call him that. You can't call him a pedophile because I mean,
Why not, Ronald Jones? We've just identified what a pedophile is multiple times. A person who, suffers from pedophilia. And pedophilia is a person with sexual perversion in which children are the preferred sexual object. 15-year-olds are still considered children.
I mean,
The Surge. Ronald Jones is being accused of defending predators.
I mean, it is what it is. I gotta go. Alpha Buckeye, hey, my dog. Alpha Buckeye, a real day one OG. I rock with Alpha Buckeye the long way, the long, long way. Hey, Alpha Buckeye been around. I can vouch. Yeah, but Uncle L, I beat up sex offenders too. So I mean, it don't even matter to me. But I've been locked up, so I know how it is when people.
He hasn't said that anybody accused him of anything yet, Serge. Now, somebody did say that they had some records of him beating up women. I think he may have some domestic abuse on his record from beating up women, but I don't think anybody's found any records of a chick accusing him of any sexual stuff.
Didn't do something, then they just want to plead out to get out of jail. And I mean, I'm not saying that was kids, but I'm saying that's how it played out because if anything else, he would have definitely been cooked. He would have been cooked if it was anything else. Because you can't.
Ronald's repeating himself. We getting up out of here, y'all. The meal ticket is live. Ronald's repeating himself, saying the same dumb shit over and over again, just really digging himself in a hole, looking for attention, saying stupid shit. Whether he believes it or not, we're going to go off of what you give us. And you've given us that you are a person who believes that. You are a person who protects and defends predators. You believe all of that narrative that they're running about the rape kit, saying stupid shit like it's negative when that's not even a diagnosis of a rape kit. Saying shit like there's no way that he could have touched underage girls or he would have gotten such and such treatment. You've been through the justice system. You know that people get away with shit all the time. There's rapists, pedophiles, all types of people walking the streets right now. Nobody's ever told on them. So don't fucking start that shit. Mom Boss Mayo's comment right here is perfect. Whenever you are searching that fool's name, look at how she has spelled it. She spelled it multiple ways there. She did that on purpose. Whenever you are looking him up, make sure you spell his name in multiple ways because on these public record forums where you can look up all of the information that all of us have said. We know the police officers' names. We know the young girls' names. We know the date that they found out about the case up in Connecticut. We know all of this stuff all from public records, y'all. So go to Fairfax County, Virginia website, look at their criminal records, and search this stuff, and you can see it for yourself. You can see it for yourself. We're not making up shit. We're not lying on anybody. And that's why ain't nobody up here trying to defend this shit because we're not lying. Shout out to Lavelle Hampton. Now, shout out to everybody in the chat that came through. I appreciate y'all. I know I don't go live as often as I would like to, or maybe, some of y'all would like to see me, but I appreciate y'all when y'all do come and rock out with the boy when I do go live. It is greatly, greatly appreciated. We're going to get up out of here. Like I said, the meal ticket is live. I don't know how to do the thing where you send people to another person's live, so I ain't going to really be able to do that. But yeah, we getting up out of here. Hold on. The chat moving fast as shit now. Hold on. Oh, it's behind. That's why. Okay. Yeah, he has a lot of aliases, y'all. Biz and all of this stuff, these are just some of his aliases. But he has a lot of aliases. He has a lot of different spellings to his names because he's been doing little dirty shit to try to hide from that Connecticut stuff, I think, ever since he moved away from Connecticut. He knows that Connecticut stuff is all under a certain name. And so he's been trying to hide that identity. And since his last name is unique, let's say, he can spell it in different ways. And ain't nobody really going to question it because ain't nobody heard of that name before anyways, right? So, yes, he's a monster. Shout out to everybody who sees it. Fuck everybody who defends him. I'm not saying you have to see everything the same way we see it, but when you go to the point of defending the predator, yeah, fuck you. Fuck you for sure. When you type in the word mugshot, your comment doesn't show. I don't know about that, Mom Boss. I don't have any blocks or anything like that on. So I'm not sure what that's about. It must be a YouTube thing. You know, they got their words they don't like for whatever reason. Shout out to the chat, man. Shout out to y'all. I'm getting up out of here. I'll see y'all on these YouTube streets. I'm about to go see what the meal ticket's talking about. But I definitely see y'all on some of these out here in these YouTube streets. Look like Outlaw Anthony gonna try to go live. I don't know what he's trying to do there, knowing that other people are live, but he's apparently got some smoke Sunday. So I don't know if he's supposed to be giving the smoke or trying to have an all the smoke panel or whatever. But meal ticket got fuck shit only going on. So I'm getting ready to go over there and see what that's about. Hopefully y'all have a wonderful rest of your Sunday. I appreciate y'all for waking up with me. Hopefully you had the opportunity to hit that like button. And I'll probably see y'all one day later this week. I got some time this week, so I might see y'all one day this week. We'll just see what's going on. Now, y'all know I'm not going to come unless I actually have a show to put on and, you know, actually have some stuff to talk about. So we might be back later one day during this week. Shout out to all y'all who came and rocked out with the boy. Feel free to share this content. Hit that like button. Hit the subscribe if you haven't already. And we're going to get up out of here. Y'all make sure y'all have a wonderful rest of your Sunday. Hey, look. Do something good for yourself and do something good for somebody else. It will make you feel good to do something good for somebody else. Real talk. Y'all know a couple weeks ago, I sent Kevlo that money. He was in Harbor Freight looking at getting some equipment for his business, and it felt good to help the young entrepreneur out. You know what I mean? So do something good for yourself, and then also think about doing something good for somebody else. Just bless them. Just bless somebody. Bless the boy Jimmy McFly. He trying to get that new equipment, right? Just do it and forget about it. The blessing will come back to you. Trust me. I receive blessings all the time just because of some of the stuff I put out there. My wife, man, she definitely puts a lot of blessings out there. And I know I'm receiving some of the abundance that she has spilling over from all of the blessings she's receiving. So thank y'all. Salute to y'all. I appreciate y'all. Y'all make sure y'all have a wonderful day. Until next time, this is Iceberg. Salute.
Now, as they say in your country, let us be out.